And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there's no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there's no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there's no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there's no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything! Mind a son. I've given up all chance.
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, has set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, has set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, has set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, has set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost. And by the time I looked down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost. And by the time I looked down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost. And by the time I looked down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost. And by the time I looked down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship. Love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm, kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, they set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost. And by the time I looked down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
Calm. Kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts. I wake up every day to an equation I wrote 15 years ago from which there's only one conclusion. I'm damned for what I do. My anger, my ego, my unwillingness to yield, my eagerness to fight, has set me on a path from which there's no escape. I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost. And by the time I looked down, there was no longer any ground beneath my feet. What is my sacrifice? I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. Now, the ego that started this fight will never have a mirror or an audience or the light of gratitude. So what do I sacrifice? Everything!
And what do you sacrifice?
I'm not kidding. I'm looking up the headlines for the Kamala Harris interview. First, why was it news that Kamala Harris did an interview? Trump does interviews nonstop. Nobody cares. They just lie about what he says. Kamala Harris finally does one interview, and they're forced to write about it because it's shocking. And there are a plethora of media outlets saying that it was actually really good that her interview was really bad. It's actually a good thing that she was vague, nondescript, and dull. Look, if you watch the interview, she mentioned some policy. It's I would say a lot of it's vague. She's gotten some criticism, a lot of criticism from conservatives for flip-flopping, for hypocrisy. And then you've got the Democrat media just being like, wow, actually, it was really great that she said nothing and it was boring. Literally, they call it boring. That's actually really funny. But this is what gets me. Donald Trump keeps giving these speeches. Now he's saying, this big pitch from last night that he's going to have government-funded IVF or insurance-funded IVF. I'm actually a fan of that, to be honest. But again, I'm like a super staunch conservative, like many of you may be, or some of you may be. But who's Trump arguing to when he says this stuff? He's not debating Kamala Harris on issues. So this is what a lot of people on the right are complaining about. Trump is acting like he's in an argument to win voters when Democrats are simply voting for a color and not an actual person. And I mean, you could argue that they're voting for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman, but I mean like literally just vote blue no matter who. So we'll talk about that. We do got big news out of Brazil. They've shut down X. They're threatening to shut down Starlink. They're trying to seize money from Starlink. Rumble's already pulled out. And they're going to fine Brazilian citizens if they use a VP to bypass the restrictions to use X, $9,000 a day. So this is absolutely wild. We'll talk about that. Plus, again, Donald Trump's positions. Before we get started, my friends, head over to castbrew.com and buy coffee. We got some of the best coffee. In fact, we have the best coffee you'll ever have. I'm allowed to say that it's legal because it's an opinion. Appalachian Nights is delicious. Rise with Roberto Jr. Stand your grounds, of course. But we also have Alex Stein's Primetime Grind, 2 times caffeine. Drink responsibly, and I genuinely mean that. And then you've got Ian's Graphene Dream, which has actually become very popular. So cool to see. And I'll tell you the quick story that when we launched, Rise of the Brodo Jr. was meant to be our principal flagship product. But once people started tasting all of our other coffees, Appalachian Nights quickly took over, regardless of what I promote. Something similar is happening with Ian's Graphene Dream. Maybe you give it a try. Also, head over to timcast.com, click Join Us to become a member and help us fight fake news every day. I do a morning show at youtube.com/TimCastNews, 10 a.m. Monday through Thursday, actually, not every morning. So you should subscribe to that channel. And then we do the nightly show Monday through Friday, where we challenge the narratives, we call out the lies, and it's only possible because we have members who support our work. So go to timcast.com, click Join Us, and for $10 a month, you will be a part of that mission where we can produce these shows, call out the fake news. If you think the show is good and valuable, then become a member, but also share the show, smash the like button, and joining us tonight on this episode, just before Labor Day weekend, to talk about this and so much more, we have Natalie Beisner.
Thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here. I am a liberal, atheist, lifelong Democrat.
Oh, atheist.
turned Christian conservative commentator. Yes, calm down.
About to say we're having a diverse show.
But it didn't happen overnight, but I was pretty far in. I was a Hillary Clinton voter and a Planned Parenthood donator. And honestly, just in a nutshell, it was 2020 being told that I couldn't go to work and visit my family, but I could go out and protest. That was crazy to me, and it was just a domino effect, like a rabbit hole. Part of the walkaway movement. Brandon, I know he's a friend of the show. We've been on college campuses together, and I have to add, I am a Timcast fan. I listen every night. You're in my ear for like 2 hours every day. And I only say that because it was like integral to my walkaway movement or to my walkaway story, because I thought I knew stuff, but I did not know anything. And to someone totally uninitiated to politics, it was just accessible, enjoyable. And I've had a lot of podcasts like fall off, but yours is one that I like keep listening to. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
And I'll just mention the atheist thing was not a dig at atheists. It's because this morning on the Culture War podcast, we had this conversation around simulation theory, God, and Ian was saying wacky. So I'm sorry, I just have to plug this because we had this PhD artificial intelligence professor.
It was so fun.
And he's like one of the top guys. He's written a book on the dangers of AI. And then Ian looks at him and asks him about like resonating frequencies and crystal sphere computers. And this PhD guy looks at me like, what is he talking about? And I started laughing. I'm like, let me try and translate what Ian is saying. And then I effectively translated. I said, I think what Ian's trying to ask is the structure of the computer, does it change the way the algorithms function if it's using different materials or it's in different shapes? And he goes, oh, yes, the substrate. Right. Now I understand. Anyway, that was a lot of fun on the Culture War podcast. But Raymond's hanging out.
What's up, friends? I am Raymond G. Stanley Jr. I appreciate you coming on because I can relate to everything you just said. Yeah, I'm here. Let's go.
I like that you hesitated with friends. You're like the mayor of the Discord. And you're like, I don't know if I like these people.
A little.
I'm just heckling you. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. That's Scanner News. Follow all their work at Timcast News. I'm so glad you could join us. Let's get started.
So there's a bunch of stories related to this. Last night, Kamala Harris finally gave an interview. I think the total runtime turned out to be 26 minutes, but that's probably including commercials or something. And because some people have said 18 minutes, and it was vague. She did say some things. Like, look, I'll try to give credit where credit is due. She said she wants to increase the child tax credit to, I think, what was it, $6,000?
Yes.
Around there. And that's a policy. I agree with that policy. I like that. But when she says things like her opening line is, you know, Dana Bash says, like, what's the first thing you're going to do? And she says, I'm going to focus on helping the middle class. And then she starts word salading some gibberish nonsense, which is incomprehensible. And then after a few minutes, Dana goes, and what is the first thing you're going to do? And she's like, oh, well, I've laid out a whole bunch of policies. I've already done it. And she doesn't describe them. But then she gives us one, the child tax credit. And it's like, okay. Now, she's gotten a lot of criticism, not just from conservatives, but anyone who is sane. Unfortunately, most Democrats are just praising her no matter what. But here are the headlines. Take a look at this. It's actually a good thing that Kamala Harris's CNN interview was so dull. Donald Trump said that the interview was boring, but that's not a bad thing. Okay, here's the AP. The interview. Kamala Harris's inaugural sit-down was the most notable for seeming ordinary. Guardian. Kamala Harris's much hyped first big interview was radically normal. This is how they're addressing the fact that anybody who watched it was bored and not informed by it. We don't know what she wants to do. She's flip-flopped on fracking and no fracking. She's flip-flopped on basically all of her policies. She said in 2020 that she wanted to decriminalize border crossings. Now she's talking about enforcing the law. So we haven't actually learned a thing about what she wants to do, and I have no idea. The best the media could come up with is, that feeling you get when you watch that, which is vague misunderstanding of what she represents, it's actually a good thing because it's, because she's normal.
Well, this is also like a opposition to weird. We're weird and they're normal. They're so normal. But I thought it was interesting how she basically said, we're going to do all this. And then to her credit, Dana says, well, why haven't you? And she says, well, we had to fix the economy. So she says she essentially says we're going to fix the economy, help the middle class, but we couldn't do it yet because we had to fix the economy, which we've done. It was like an odd opening to the interview because again, you're right. Like as usual, she doesn't actually say anything. It's a lot of whoever you said that before the show started. No, Serge, you said it, that it was, she says a lot, but she doesn't say anything is basically, and contradicts herself left and right.
The closest we got was Washington Post. Was CNN's big Kamala Harris interview a dud? Or have the Democrats become a party that runs against the mainstream news media? What? The closest we got to them criticizing the fact that it was bad is they just asked whether it was good or bad. Can we get anyone in the corporate press to be honest and just say it was vague, it did not inform, we are uninspired by this woman? They can't do it.
Also, not the Washington Post talking about the mainstream media as if they are not a part of that. I find this fascinating that, I think there were a lot of political analysts who were getting frustrated with Kamala Harris. They will ultimately defend her, but you would watch these like NBC morning shows, right? And they would be like, well, it's been this many days and she hasn't done an interview. Like they make their bones off of getting these exclusive clips, being able to say, well, I sat down with Kamala Harris. And now only CNN can say that. And they have to say, well, we couldn't sit down with her alone. She had to bring her best friend forever, Tim Walz, with her. And also she kind of said nothing the whole time. And we sat in the dark. And it was uncomfortable. I think it's kind of showing how much the Harris-Walz campaign just expects voters to turn out for them. They did this out of obligation, right? It's like if you have a friend that you're not really close to anymore, but you should probably keep in touch with them, you might set up like a really quick like coffee, but you're not gonna like spend a whole weekend with them. That's effectively what Kamala Harris did to the mainstream media today.
And she's like our boy Frank Luntz. We love this pollster. He said that if an interview is judged not on policy but on performance, Kamala Harris will be found lacking. We all saw it. She didn't say anything. A lot of word salads, a lot of nothing.
Didn't explain why. I mean, why she changed her position on fracking. Didn't say why. Just said that I've been consistent since 2020. But she didn't laugh. She left once. So
I think she's really tired.
I'll give her credit for that.
She's working
I think
on
she's
it.
really tired. Every time I see a screenshot of this interview, I think she just looks tired. And we talked to this a little bit last night, so I don't want to rehash all the same points, but she's dressed in gray. It was kind of a dark room. I mean, she looks, even in this shot from Washington Post, she looks smaller next to Tim Walz. She does not seem to be in command of this interview. And I think there is a level of exhaustion. Campaigning for president is extremely demanding, and I don't think she is cut out for it. I think there's a reason that her first bid for the presidency didn't work out in 2020.
Because she's terrible.
And she
doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Seems so false. I know I'm biased, I'm a Trump supporter, but Trump just seems so real. And she told that story about we were making pancakes and then they were like, Auntie Kamala, Biden's calling. And, that was them telling her that he's dropping out or whatever. It just doesn't seem real. She comes off so fake all the time. And I know we spoke about this prior to hitting record, but I found the most offensive thing was Tim Walz saying that his reasoning for lying to everybody was bad grammar. I was more offended by that than anything else because, and again, Dana kind of like pushes him on it, but I wish she would have asked a third question because he didn't answer the question about why he lied multiple times about two separate issues, and then it's, I'm passionate and my wife says I have bad grammar. Like, it's offensive to
And if it's not this, they're making fun of my children, right? Like, immediately pivots to being the victim.
Deflect, yes.
He's good at it. I mean, this works on weak-willed people. So for me, I'm sitting there going, yes, but your bad grammar doesn't explain why you told people you were in war or lied about your rank.
Yeah.
And he's not going to answer it. And this is the point I was making in the intro to the show. I am, look, I don't know what's going to happen in November. I want Trump to win, obviously, but I am concerned that whoever's advising him, even though he brought in Corey Lewandowski and things have improved in certain areas, he still thinks he's arguing to win, right? So this whole IVF thing, which again, we'll get into in a little bit, it's Trump going up on stage and he's saying, Kamala's bad for this reason. Here's why you should vote for me for this reason. And Kamala is just dancing and cackling because people aren't voting for Kamala. I think I was talking to Ian earlier, he's not here, but he was telling me that when he talks to his friends and family, they say, just vote for the party.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's exactly right. They don't care what Kamala represents. They are voting for the party. So there's no argument to be made to them. So Trump doesn't need to constantly keep arguing these points. When Tim Walz goes up there, excuse me, and says, well, I've got bad grammar, and then he moves on, but they attacked my kids. It doesn't matter what he said. He could literally come out and say, I was serving in a wartime in security for the United States while it was actively in a conflict, and though our risk was substantially smaller, not in the war zone, we were in war. And then she would have been like, okay. And Democrats would have just clapped and be like, I accept that answer. He could literally just look at her and burp, and they would go, ha, you, yeah. And they would cheer for him, and they would say, he shoved it back in their face. They shouldn't even be asking. No matter what he says, Democrats are gonna hoot and clap.
Speaking as a former TDS sufferer, you are correct. It does not matter. It literally does not matter. But I mean, have you gone in? What should Trump do instead? I mean, what does he do instead of arguing these points?
So it's not so much that he shouldn't argue. It's that he should argue with he should argue a point to the American people instead of argue against Kamala Harris.
That's fair. Yeah.
And so specifically what I'm saying is the reason why Trump is going for this IVF thing, it's government funded IVF. It doesn't move the needle. What he's trying to do is he's trying to basically go at the media narrative they're presenting. They say Donald Trump wants to ban IVF. It doesn't matter if they said QVC. Democrats are going to go, he wants to ban insert random object. It doesn't matter. Trump is bad. So Trump then says he wants to support IVF. Why? Or he wants government funded. It's a big ask type maneuver where he jumps over their talking point, and then he can try and be like, look, they're lying. I said this. Now, maybe there's an argument for that. A regular person who doesn't really pay attention might have a walk away moment when they're sitting there being like, Trump wants to ban IVF. And then someone says, here's a video of Trump saying he wants government funded IVF. That could be the strategy. And I respect that. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is, should it be the case that he's actually trying to argue against them, outmaneuver them, like out-argue them, not some 5D chess, trick people into waking up from TDS? I don't think it's effective in this regard. And he needs to focus on your prices will come down with me. And he's done a lot of that. That's really, really good. I'm just saying in that one particular instance, I don't see it as effective.
I don't know about yourself, but like Trump did not wake me up at all. Like listen to him speak. I did not wake up. I from watching podcasts like yourself and Dan Bongino's woke me up. Whereas what Trump's policies and what he said did not have any impacts on what I was thinking and why I changed the way I was thinking. I don't know about yourself.
No, but once you like do the research and you realize, oh, he didn't actually say that. Oh, he didn't actually.
Right.
Yeah. All of it's a lie, so he didn't wake me up, but seeing the truth.
How did you contract
real
TDS?
quick, I just want to say, if that is the play, and I would say this, the one thing Trump has done well with that maneuver is given you all listening right now the opportunity. So when one of your friends or family members says he's going to ban IVF, you can be like, huh? He said he wants the government to pay for it.
Yeah.
That being said, I've already seen how rank and file Democrats and Democrat voters have responded. Trump's lying. That's it.
Well, you're right, because I actually do agree with you, because she's still tweeting out, or whoever runs her account, he wants to ban abortion. And how many times, and a lot of conservatives are mad at him, that he doesn't actually want to ban abortion.
So who's he arguing to?
But so she keeps saying the lie, and you're right that it doesn't work.
But she needs him to be the villain, right? Everything bad that you fear most has to be Trump. I mean, she'll refer to everything as a Trump abortion ban, even when they are state-level initiatives that he has no involvement in. But it always ultimately has to be Trump's fault, because that's how she is planning to win this election, by not presenting her own policies. That way you can never be mad at her, and by pointing the finger always at Trump as like, we must run away from this person. But I do want to know, how did you contract TDS? Like, when did you notice it?
She was bitten by
yeah, what were the first symptoms?
Monkeypox.
Because you said you were a lifelong Democrat.
It's reflexive. I mean, I think it's a default. I think especially, I'm a millennial. I think a lot of millennials are. I grew up in Southern California. I think I was an actress for a long time. You're liberal. My parents were Republican, but we didn't really talk about it, which I know you address sometimes, Tim, that you think we should talk about it a little more. I think people just reflexively, you have to work hard to not have TDS. But everything, the media, celebrities, everything is telling you to have it. And so you have to do work to not, and it's just easier to not.
It's very true. Very true.
You said your parents are Republicans?
Yeah.
So when you were like, I hate Donald Trump, did they push you on it, or did they sort of let it go because it's hard to have these conversations with family?
Yeah, it kept me grounded because I was like, they're lying about Trump supporters because my parents aren't like that, you know? But I cannot understand these people that are like, I don't talk to my dad anymore because he's a Trump supporter, because I love my dad more than I hated Donald Trump, and I hated Donald Trump, you know? But it kept you grounded of like, okay, so they're not all as bad as they say because my parents aren't like that, you know? I wish more families kind of had that going on, but it doesn't seem like it. I don't know.
Most people don't give the benefit of the doubt, like,
Exactly.
even if you're related or your best friend is a Trump supporter.
Hard for me to fathom, though.
If parents do not transfer their principles to their children will go towards whatever the media tells them to do, and the media's gonna lie to them.
Yeah, yeah.
Nowadays, it's social media, not media at all. It's
right now,
social
it's and the crazy thing is, it is a cult, and you can't get the way you save someone from a cult is you remove them from the people who are attacking their mind in this way. But what do you do with social media? Take their phone away?
Yeah.
So now people are surrounded on social media, not just with lies, but many people know they're being lied to and they know it's wrong. They're just scared to break away. And so, I mean, you see this with big corporations. They're less susceptible because they're not humans, but they still have this, logical cost-benefit analysis of, hey, we're being attacked by more people on the left and the right, and the right's not buying our product anyway, so do whatever the left wants.
Yeah.
So to a single human, they're thinking, all of my friends are liberal. I can't lose my friends and my family.
Yeah.
And so they'll accept it, even if they think it's wrong.
It really is like a cult, though. I know you guys have spoken on this, but because my whole thing was just questioning COVID and BLM. I didn't become a Christian conservative, I just had questions, and you can't question, and I know so many people have that same experience, and that's a cult. So
we got actually a big breaking story from just about an hour ago from the Boston Herald. Police taser subdue a man who stormed the media area of a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. We actually have the video. It's going viral. Brandon Strzok says, does the Secret Service exist at all? Another violent Democrat tries to attack President Trump at his rally. So this is a minute long. You can see the man right here. Let me. I don't want it to be too loud. We'll play this video. So I don't believe this man is trying to attack Trump. He's attacking the press area. Will go towards whatever the media tells him to do, and the media's gonna lie to him.
Yeah, yeah.
Nowadays, it's social media, not media.
Man who stormed the media area of a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. We actually have the video. It's going viral. Brandon Strzok says, does the Secret Service exist at all? Another violent Democrat tries to attack President Trump at his rally. So this is a minute long. You can see the man right here. Let me. I don't want it to be too loud. We'll play this video. So I don't believe this man is trying to attack Trump. He's attacking the press area. They grab him and rip him down from what appears to be, he's trying to climb up on top of the press area for some reason.
Don't tase me, bro.
I don't know that he's a Democrat, but I think it's a reasonable assumption that he's not a Trump supporter.
That's fair. Very fair.
But this stuff has me worried. So this Boston Herald says, a man at a Donald Trump rally in Pennsylvania stormed into the press area, was surrounded by police, and eventually subdued with a taser. The altercation came moments after Trump criticized major media outlets for what he said was unfavorable coverage and dismissed CNN as fawning for its interview Thursday, blah, blah, blah. The man made it over the bicycle rack, ringing the media area, and began to climb the back side of a riser where television reporters and cameras were stationed. People near him tried to pull him down. The crowd cheered as a pack of police led the man away. So, I don't see this as a guy attacking Trump. But the security breach is still worrying. And there are a lot of people who are concerned. In fact, there was a Secret Service agent who wrote a letter after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump saying, we can expect this to happen again before the election. And you see a story like this, and I'm kind of worried that Trump's security is at great risk.
Yeah.
Look, this guy should not have been able to get in the press area. Maybe they're thinking Trump's not there, so it's not a high priority. But any kind of security breach at these areas are worrying.
Yeah. Did you see that? What did Donald Trump say? There's nowhere more fun to be than a Trump rally.
Is that what he said in response to
He
it?
takes all this stuff in stride.
He does take it in stride. It is worrying, but he definitely does.
You think he was a Trump supporter? Because if Trump's talking about the media being bad, and then the
he
guy
storms
goes
the media.
Well, how did they even get it?
interesting, yeah.
Oh, he didn't have it. Okay, yeah, that's still Crazy.
I mean, I don't know.
I feel
doubt
like
it.
that logic follows, and I get what you're saying, but I also feel like a lot of I don't see very many Trump supporters wanting to disrupt a Trump speech.
No, it's usually
right?
fun. It's a
Like
great
I could
time.
understand if he was like yelling at them as they like took their seats, right?
Yeah.
Being like, "You guys are the worst." But it actually is more distracting from Trump if you were supportive of him to do that kind of thing at his rally.
People are crazy.
Yeah, people are crazy.
Do you guys think that? What do you guys feel like the risk is, or the probability that Trump faces another attempt on his life before the election?
I'm going 66% easy.
66%. That's a very specific
Very
number.
specific,
Yeah.
yeah.
66.66.
I mean, sure. Let's go straight 2/3.
Well, given the fact that we have no answers about anything, have people been fired over July 13th finally?
Suspended, I think.
Suspended. It took a very long time, and if you watch those congressional hearings, it was nothing. It made no sense. I had more questions watching those hearings than I did before I watched the hearings. It was absolutely ridiculous. So given that, and then the guy Ronald Rowe, I think, is in charge now. Is he the acting director still?
Yeah, he's the
he
acting.
doesn't know what the heck's going on
he doesn't.
either. He seemed like a little more likable than Kimberly Cheadle, but I still think he's blowing smoke. So if he's in charge right now, then yes, I would say 66% or higher.
Adrienne Curry in the chat says 100%.
Okay. Yeah.
I
agree. That's
yeah.
a good chance.
I agree.
I didn't want to go too high.
I'm worried about agreeing, but I think it's high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Considering like you mentioned, we don't have any answers. We don't know. They're saying they don't know the motivation. The stories. It's nonsense. It does not make sense. And then you take a look at Trump's victories in courts versus what they're trying to do. Jack Smith is told by the Supreme Court, you can't do this. So he files a new indictment and then appeals to try and go after Trump for the documents again. It doesn't matter what the Supreme Court says. They're going to stop at nothing to get Trump. We are 2.5 weeks away from Trump's sentencing.
This is
gonna
actually
be
the
in
only
prison.
time I think the mainstream media does something. It's not really to help Trump, but it sort of offers him a level of protection because other than just a deranged person who feels it upon themselves the need to like do something violent, when Trump was attacked in July, he was ahead in the polls. Everyone knew he was doing well. It was very clear that he was going to dominate Biden in the general election. But now the mainstream media tells us all the time that, Kamala's surging the polls and she's actually closing a lead and actually maybe she's ahead here. So in some ways, someone who is feeling desperate doesn't feel the same kind of pressure they would have before under Biden.
That's good.
Other than just like ideologically TDS, he's horrible, and like a screw loose kind of thing where they feel called to do something terrible. Some of the pressure is conveniently off.
I think it's still so close though, and
I just
people
don't
are
trust the
worried.
Secret Service right now. That's the big problem.
no.
Like I don't know what people are going to do. I'm just offering that as like an alternative. Things are a little bit more.
Did you hear him say, I'm sorry, Ronald Rowe say it was a failure of imagination that we wouldn't have thought this would happen? And like, isn't that your job to have a little imagination that people do bad stuff? So yeah, I mean, I don't think I think both sides are worried. And if someone's crazy, and it'll still happen.
That's a good point. It's like he was 98% chance maybe
Yeah,
going to
that's
win
true.
over Biden because Biden's gone.
Which is why when they say it was fake, it makes no sense because he was
I've never understood that when they're like, he faked this. He was ahead, and he
should have waited
with
till
comatose
October to
Biden.
fake it.
Like, he didn't have any reason to fake anything.
No, because all the news was how terrible Biden's cognitive ability was. And I would have waited till October to fake this. He didn't fake it. We all know that.
The media covering criticism of Biden helped him. Why would you disrupt that coverage?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense.
I am very worried for Donald Trump. Yeah.
I'm worried for the country.
That too.
Yeah.
I don't think either side will. Maybe I'm thinking too much and it'll just be business as usual. But
I'm not just worried for the country. I mean, the world is on the brink, and so it's not just Donald Trump. Trump needs to win for a variety of reasons, one of which is what we are seeing internationally with the UK arresting people over social media, with Brazil's actions, which we'll get into in a little bit. You're not going to be able to travel internationally at all. And I'm not talking about public figures. You're a regular dude. And you post, what is it? There's a podcast in Australia, I think the story was. Is this what it was? It was in Australia, and in the podcast they referred to a trans woman as a guy. And it's like it's a guy. It's just a guy. It's a guy, he's balding. And he just looks like a guy. And then the guy's like, no, you have to call me a woman. So the court said, take the episode, delete the episode. You're gonna be on your Facebook in the United States, and you're gonna write something like, this guy's a bloke or whatever. And then you're going to go on vacation to the UK and get off the plane, and they're going to walk up to you and they're going to arrest you.
Yes.
No, and I'm not kidding.
I agree.
Because that guy in the UK already said they want to extradite people from other countries and arrest them. And so there is a concern. I don't know how much I believe this is likely in the immediate future that under a Kamala Harris term, presidency, and maybe two, who knows, she will actually say, okay, we have extradition treaties with the UK and you've committed a UK crime, so off you go.
Yeah, no more dank memes.
No more dank memes. That's how they bypass the U.S. So basically, the issue you have is with Elon Musk and with Rumble, people are getting their free speech back to certain degrees. How do they get around that? You broke Canadian law. You broke UK law. You were posting in a public forum accessible by people in the UK, and you violated their laws. So now you have to answer to them because the UK is saying they want to extradite people from other countries. But even outside of that, when we're talking about the risk to Trump's life. I've been thinking about some regular guy's going to go on vacation to Ireland. He's going to go on vacation to Australia. He's going to get arrested. And then no one's going to come to help him. The state of the world is falling into absolute chaos. If Trump doesn't win, it's not just a question about is our country in trouble, is it our democracy, whatever. Are we going to fire bad elements within the FBI or something? It's quite literally World War III and global totalitarianism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, before I would have said I don't believe you, but after, the things we've seen in the last 4 years, I feel like I have a little PTSD, like anything can happen, like innocence is lost.
Yes.
But that is why, and I know we're maybe getting to this, but that's why it bothers me a little bit when conservatives are arguing over things like abortion and IVF, because this is kind of a single issue election and the choice is clear, like fundamentally, regardless of how conservative you are. And I wish people could just get on board with that. Because it is frightening.
Yeah. Do you want to live in a dystopian future, or do you want to live in a free America?
Yeah.
So
make up your mind, folks.
When Harris had her short list of VP candidates, one of the things that I heard often was that she was going to pick someone who had more international diplomatic experience that basically could bolster her where she is particularly weak, which is meaning that she's a terrible communicator and also, doesn't have a lot of experience on the international stage. She then picked Tim Walz, who I don't think served any of that purpose, which means that they're running a ticket where they're saying, you're looking around the world and you're saying all these global crises, tension between China and Taiwan, Israel, Palestine, everything that's going on with Russia and Ukraine. And their current plan, if you're a Democrat, is to send Kamala Harris and or maybe Tim Walz to negotiate on our behalf. Is that enough to wake someone up, or is it just sort of like close your eyes and pretend that she's a girl boss enough to handle it?
Well, we've been sending Blinken, and he's failing left and right. China's telling Blinken
he's not good, but at least like he has a resume behind him. Neither one of them really do.
True.
I don't think they care.
Yeah.
I don't think they care. I mean, these people hate Donald Trump. They despise him, and I don't think they care. I don't think they think about this stuff. I don't think they realize that we're on the brink of like World War III or anything.
Because they don't pay attention to the news, like Ukraine was before, and we have forgotten about it, or why?
Tim, you have said that if you read the news, you're conservative. That is true. I did not. Can't speak for every Democrat. They don't know what's going on. I didn't read the news. I didn't know anything.
I think it's more fair to conservatives to say if you read the news, then you are on the right.
Okay, yeah.
Because
I misquoted you. Sorry.
You might not have. You might not have. I may have said something to that effect. What I would clarify now is the reason why I often say I'm not a conservative, like I did in the beginning of the show, is for the sake of conservatives, not liberals.
Yeah.
Conservatives know I'm not a conservative, and they tweeted at me all the time because the left will be like they'll write these stories and say Tim's a conservative podcaster, and then all the conservatives are like, no, he's not. He is a liberal. You're just nuts. And I'm like, it's to their credit, I guess. But then the left says Tim's lying to conservatives to convince them that he's what a liberal should be. It's just utter nonsense. But conservative means something. And the reality is there are post-liberals, disaffected liberals, and moderates that are voting for Donald Trump. They consider themselves either center-left or even social liberals like the Democrats, many Democrats used to be. But the Democrats are insane. And not only that, I think it is absolutely the case that you could be pro-affirmative action, pro-choice. I don't know about extremely pro-abortion. In fact, I got to be honest, you could probably be pro-abortion to a greater degree than anyone on the right. You can be absolutely in favor of affirmative action and DEI policies and still vote for Donald Trump.
That's RFK. RFK is pro-affirmative action
Exactly.
and pro-choice.
Because when RFK looks at Donald Trump, he's thinking to himself, this is a guy who called Columbus Day Indigenous Peoples Day.
Yeah.
But he's thinking to himself, the Democrats are pro-war, pro-censorship, pro-big pharma. Donald Trump is, unfortunately for him, he's actually, I don't even think RFK views him as a lesser of two evils. I think the people who have crossed the aisle to vote for Trump view him as a net positive defense against this corruption. The reality is Trump's a moderate on most things.
I think they look at Trump as a long-term investment in the future. You know, Kamala Harris represents a level of destruction, and I think chaos more than anything else, and people don't want that right now. I think both political leaders don't want that, and definitely the American public. Kamala Harris does this dance where she says, oh, well, I have presented policies, but also we couldn't implement them. We had to fix the economy, but also I'm going to do something new on day one. But also I've been here for 3 years. I mean, nothing she says is consistent, and she can never really inspire confidence with this sort of wishy-washy, sort of defending herself, sort of, you know, acting as if she's a leader position. And I think when people who don't necessarily love everything Donald Trump stands for look at him, they realize that he is able to negotiate with world leaders. He is going to deliver on certain economic promises, that he already had a stable economy. And so it's better to choose this person than the person who can't give you any information, even though every major outlet in America is begging her for the time of day.
Let's jump to everyone's favorite subject, abortion.
Yippee.
From SCNR.com, Trump says Florida's 6-week abortion ban too short. And amid conservative infighting, the GOP candidate's comments follow a prominent anti-abortion advocate withdrawing support. Now, this story went massively viral. Donald Trump said that he's going to be voting no on the proposition in Florida. And so you've got a bunch of conservatives cheering him on now, saying he is the pro-life candidate. And the reason they're doing it is because pro-life activists are threatening to withhold their vote from Donald Trump. During an interview on Thursday with NBC Politics, the former president was asked if he plans to support a new amendment on the Sunshine State's ballot this November that prohibits abortion restrictions. The 6-week ban went into effect on May 1st. I think 6 week is too short. It has to be more time. And I've told them that I want more weeks. When asked if he would support the amendment in his home state, he says, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. That sounds like he
changed.
Yeah.
Trump War Room just posted it, and Charlie Kirk reposted today. He said he's right
voting no on.
So it was kind of Thursday to
Right.
Friday was a little bit of a shift, right?
That was the big news that
hours.
everybody was going viral.
Yeah.
Or that was going viral with everybody. Where let me pull it up.
And I don't know how you can vote for more weeks if the guideline is 6 weeks.
That's
and
not
you
an
know,
option.
I'm going to vote for 1A.
I think the amendment is you cannot make any law prior to viability or affecting if the mother's health is in danger.
So this was the clip. This is from War Room today. A major win. Trump saying 9 months is just a ridiculous situation. Eat crow haters. Trump did the right thing.
Yeah.
So this was the big story. Trump ultimately coming out. But again, I find it. I mean, we're in trouble when we have pro-life activists looking at Trump and saying they're going to withhold their vote, and Democrats literally taking it like, okay, I earmuffs for your kids. If your kids are listening or in the room, you can earmuffs them now. Democrats are literally having gay sex in the Senate building, and they don't care. They don't care. They'll vote for these people. To be fair, the guy got fired, but you've got this debauchery, and Trump is trying to have and the right is infighting.
I can't stand this. This is crazy. And I'm as pro-life as they come. I know I said I donated to Planned Parenthood. I don't even believe in exceptions for assault, but that's not in this election cycle. It's so crazy to be fighting about this right now because every election is a choice. I'm for Donald Trump, but every election between two men or people is a choice between the lesser of two evils. It's always been that way. And if somehow DeSantis were our nominee because something to happen to Haley and Trump, and he ran on, I'm going to ban abortion, he would lose. And it's not Trump's fault that abortion bans are not popular with the American people. That's my fault as a pro-life activist. That's anyone's fault who's against abortion and knows the truth about abortion. And it's kind of like we're looking for someone to blame because he hasn't shifted. He's always been for the first trimester, pretty much. I think
Old
that's
school
what he's,
Democrat position.
Exactly. A lot of people are for that. Most Americans are. And I don't agree with it, but it's not his fault that it's unpopular.
But the issue here with Trump, and this is what I was bringing up before about the argument, is he should say nothing on any of it. He should just not bring it up. There's nothing to be gained from entering an abortion debate. Democrats don't care. Trump's going to say something like, I want government to pay for IVF. And then the Democrats are going to say, yeah, he said that, but in Project 2025, they're going to ban abortion.
Yeah.
And then they go, whoa, and that's Trump's plan. He's lying to you. And so Trump is arguing with a cult. And no matter what he's going to say, they're going to say he's lying. He's not convincing them. I don't think, I get why he's a moderate on the issue. Saying it should stay with the states is fine. But the more he says it, the more he brings it up, the more he opens up vulnerabilities. Out of sight, out of mind, as it goes. If Donald Trump did not comment on this at all and instead said something about the border that was controversial, he would put something on Kamala Harris instead of on himself.
Yeah.
Democrats want abortion. They want it unrestricted across the board forever. Trump is now entering an argument amongst conservatives. Trump, instead of talking about abortion, could, as soon as someone asked him about abortion, he could have been like, man, it's tough to think about because of what's going on in the border. I got to be honest. What we need to do is insert migrant issue, generate controversy about a migrant issue that forces Kamala Harris to respond or react to, that will say Trump is lying or something else. But that's something that is more easily brought up in the minds of people because what Kamala Harris is doing is unpopular with the border. But Democrats want abortion and women want abortion. So Trump is in a difficult position trying to argue this with anybody.
Well, the Harris campaign brings this up because they think, it rallies support among their base and also it makes Republicans infight. Trump should, when asked about this, say, abortion is such a complicated conversation. We all want to preserve life. And, actually, I think that's a good reason why we should talk about what's going on in Israel-Palestine, because so many people are losing their lives there. And, I would really like to see stronger leadership from the Biden-Harris administration. Like, he should push her on this issue because that's what Democrats infight about. Harris, she flip-flops on it so intensely, but there is a huge faction of progressive young voters, which, by the way, her major gains after the convention were among young voters. And that doesn't mean that they're huge gains. That's just who she gained with. But those are the same people who are saying, we're going to sit out. We would rather not vote at all than vote for someone who doesn't support Palestine.
Imagine when they come up to Trump and they were like, I wanted to ask you about your position on abortion. That's generating a lot of controversy. And he just looked at him and went, Israel-Palestine. It's tough, isn't it? I wonder what Democrats are going to do about that one.
If Democrats really cared about women, they would really care about what's going on in these overseas conflicts.
Yeah, that's like their abortion kind of, it breaks them up. But I just, if X is any indication, there's a lot of DeSantis people who were already not going to vote for him because of this, and they can't get over the fact that it wasn't DeSantis. It's just crazy to me because your options are codifying Roe and then saving some babies. It's like saving no babies versus saving some. And I wish every conservative could just stop listening to what he says. When he tweeted out about, I'm going to protect reproductive rights, I wish he wouldn't have done that. But just ignore it and understand that he's the most pro-life candidate that we've got right now.
Right. He's literally the president who got Roe v. Wade overturned.
Right.
And pro-lifers are mad. And that's crazy. That's 50 years of precedence that he reversed.
He is the only sitting president to attend the March for Life. I mean, he is the most pro-life president of our history. And I also think it's important to note that just because we compromise once, that doesn't mean it's set in stone. Like, you shift the needle incrementally to the right, hopefully, because that's the same way they shifted it to the left incrementally. It wasn't overnight. When I was growing up, it was safe, legal, and rare, and now they won't even say rare anymore. And it seems like a lot of conservatives just want to shift it overnight all of a sudden. So just because we compromise now doesn't mean God's going to smite us.
Maybe Trump could pull a big ask on abortion. And then once Kamala says she wants unrestricted abortions, Trump could say he wants mandatory abortions. Just go well beyond the Democrat position and then force them to try and one-up him.
No, he'd have such a pro-life crowd then.
And they're already mad the way it is, so. And they got what they want with Roe versus Wade, and they just want more and more and more. I don't understand their policy, their thinking.
Because they want there to be panic. That's the big thing. They want women to be so scared that anyone who is Republican, whether it's Trump or anyone who runs for president after him, anyone who runs on the state level and is endorsed by Trump or is vaguely reminds them at all of any sort of Republican man, they are actually a threat to your personal safety. Because you vote differently when you think you're under direct attack. And they have only been able to sell this, especially to women, with the abortion issue, which is also stupid, but that's a complaint against women, not against Democrats.
Trump's trying to play the moderate, and it might be a good play, but he has to stabilize. He had, yesterday saying 6 weeks is too short, now saying, no, I'm going to vote no on it. It's relatively vague, but he needs to just be a stable, moderate candidate where he, I don't think abortion matters to most moderates. I don't think abortion is a top issue.
I
Would
give
be a
zero
top
shits.
We would already know it's a top
Okay,
issue.
I'm
It
sorry.
never was. It's crime, it's the economy, it's the border. Those are his best issues. They're dragging something up that's at the bottom of the list because this is the only thing Kamala Harris knows how to talk about.
Yeah, he probably shouldn't have commented on how he's going to vote in Florida. That's really no one's business.
But the IVF thing, too, is kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, he wants the government to pay for IVF. Why announce that? That's a radical policy.
I think that's a good thing because I
I agree with it.
And Vance has kind of a stigma, which I don't think is deserved, that he's against IVF. And I think both of those are good things to come out and say. And I actually am pro IVF, unlike a lot of pro-life people. So I don't know. I think it's something you can show to someone and be like, actually, he wants insurance to pay for IVF.
But I just don't see that as a big issue that wins over voters to say that, who's he targeting?
I don't
That's why
think
they're
about it at
expanding
all.
The abortion issue, right? Like IVF only became an issue because they still wanted to talk about abortion.
Yeah.
Right.
But they're not talking about birth control access, right? No one is arguing. If Democrats really cared about women or any of this, instead of pushing for IVF, they would talk about all of the lack of information women have when it comes to birth control, right? And they would talk about that nonstop. But it's not about that. It's about fear.
Why doesn't Trump just come out and say, we're going to make the government pay for your house. Everyone gets a free house. We're going to build more. Why? If you're gonna have the government pay for anything, and we're talking about IVF treatments that people say it's 40 to 100 grand.
Yeah.
Sure, Trump says we're going to buy you a house. If Kamala Harris wants to play the game, we're going to pay for student loans, despite the Supreme Court saying no. Trump should either play that game or not play this game at all.
I was listening to this report today talking about Trump saying that he would be for the government paying for IVF. And this reporter was like, that would cost something like $7 billion. And meanwhile, the Biden student loan plan that just got blocked by a judge would cost $230 billion. Like, I don't know if the government should be involved in subsidizing everything. I'm actually not against IVF. I just think we need to think about it ethically and be critical of it. But you're saying that he is going to spend $7 billion to create potentially families in America. Meanwhile, you're just authorizing Joe Biden to give away 230. Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's no logic.
It was really funny when he was at this rally earlier, and he was like, "We need more babies, more babies." I was like, that was really funny.
If nothing else,
very correct.
he's taking back IVF from the Democrats because they act like they own IVF and they don't. It's not abortion at all. There's a fundamental difference between trying to create a life and intentionally destroying one. And so at least he's taking back and acting like, no, actually Republicans, we can own IVF too. And it's not just Democrats. I think it's a good thing. And we do need more families. And I think infertility impacts a lot of people.
And I
probably
think
in a lot of people's
think we should talk about it all the time. I don't necessarily think, I actually feel like IVF is such an important issue in infertility in America that it shouldn't become a political thing. I get why, they're latching onto it, but it's a big deal, the fact that our birth rates are declining.
Yeah.
It's a big deal that people are struggling with infertility. And, I'm not anti the science that goes behind all of these things. I just think we have to talk about it more. And I think there's a level of shame that goes with infertility where we don't. But that, again, is like this emotional tactic that Democrats have sort of employed to be like, they're trying to take something from you and we're the only ones who are going to protect you. And I don't understand how that can be appealing to voters, but I was never a Democrat.
Just last night, real quick, we had two great super chats that called in, and IVF really helped them. They're on our team, and they really appreciated IVF and how they helped them. And
I think I heard that actually listening to and it's very sweet. I mean, IVF changes lives, and I know that embryos are destroyed, but at the end of the day, I think morally there's a fundamental difference between intentionally destroying a life because you carelessly had relations, because we all know what that leads to, versus trying to and desperately hoping that each embryo implants. I don't think they should be destroyed. I think we should do embryo adoption. But yeah, fundamentally there's a difference there. And I don't think we need to be so puritanical as conservatives, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Let's jump to this story. We have a tweet from Jack Posobiec. He says, breaking, Gold Star family member confirms Biden and Kamala were invited to the Arlington Memorial Service. Quote, we never heard back from them. This story was big. Donald Trump, he lays a wreath down in honor of these 13 service members who died in Afghanistan. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden are nowhere to be found. Biden's on vacation. Kamala's MIA. Who knows what she's doing? And this was really, really bad in the news cycle for them. So what happens? Instantly, the mass media jumps to attention and claims several things. One, Trump's people were fighting with personnel there, and there was an altercation. Another was that he was taking pictures of gravestones at the permission of other families. They said, how dare you use the cemetery as a campaign prop? Oh, look at him giving a thumbs up. They had to turn it into a bad thing because Biden and Kamala were not there. We even got this from CNN. U.S. Army rebukes Trump campaign for incident at Arlington National Cemetery. The funny thing is, with all this criticism, Joe Biden did a campaign event at the cemetery as well, and people started sharing those photos. It is so bad that Kamala and Biden snubbed these families. They had to. They are responsible for the deaths. That the media jumped to their defense and made it a bad thing that Trump was honoring fallen troops. Can you believe that? I suppose, yes, easily.
I was going to say,
that at this point.
it's impressive, but also on brand for them. I mean, it is sort of the spin you would expect. It was interesting. I've seen a couple interviews with Gold Star families who have said, we invited Trump, we wanted him to be there. Or when he was asked about the picture thing, he was like, look, I don't know anything about it. Like, I just told the families if they wanted to take a picture, we could. And it seems kind of pathetic that this is the criticism. The person who went and honored the families of the fallen is the villain to the mainstream media, whereas Joe Biden, who's hanging out on the beach in Delaware, which might I remind everyone is in driving distance of Arlington National Cemetery, and Kamala Harris, who I think was at the White House that day, just didn't show up at all. They didn't even respond. That's
he's the cause of it. It's his.
Well, that's why he can't go.
Yeah, I
He can't
know.
face a reality.
I hate. Yes.
Well, I'm pretty
You're
sure
saying?
if you, well, I mean, if you were an honest person, you would be more concerned with why your candidate or the current president is not there than with Trump being there and possibly misbehaving or whatever it is, misbehaving. You would be more concerned with your own candidate and their absence. But this is the guy who, I'm pretty sure if you look up Snopes fact check, it says he checked his watch during that ceremony. Right?
Joe Biden checked his watch during,
and that is fact check true by Snopes.
and it was confirmed in like Jen Psaki's book,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's just pathetic how much they took.
Well, I think she lied about it in her book.
Yeah, she tried to
despite the
cover
fact
for
that
it, right.
But and I don't remember. There was a TikTok I shared recently from a wife who her husband died not in the pullout from Afghanistan, and she said also Biden was not there when they brought his body home. So, I mean, it's like a repeated thing here, and it looks awful. It is awful.
We had a guest on the show a couple weeks ago, Buzz, who was talking about how Hillary Clinton just didn't really respect
Buzz
the military.
Patterson?
Buzz Patterson, and he was talking about how she didn't really want the military members who were in the White House to wear the uniform. And I actually feel like I see that attitude reflected in a lot of younger Democrats. There's sort of a level of like. I don't want to say disgust with the military, but there's some kind of like they look down on it. They don't want to talk about it. They're not interested. They don't see any sort of like patriotic duty or any sort of level of necessary respect. Do you think that's one of the reasons Democratic voters don't pick up on why this spin is so disrespectful to the families of the soldiers?
I think that on the other side, there is a fundamental lack of respect and appreciation for this country. The first time I ever felt patriotic, and I'm not proud of this, I'm ashamed of it, was when I walked away from the Democratic Party. I didn't feel pride in my country before that. And again, I want to emphasize that this wasn't like an overnight shift where I just jumped from one pot to the other, but it was like exciting. For the first time in my life, I felt proud. I bought all this like patriotic gear, and I had never felt that before. And I think a lot of people from my generation are like that. I mean, maybe it's also a regional thing, like I said. They do not respect this country, Democrats. They don't have, a lot of them do not. I won't say every single one. They don't respect this country. I watched an advanced screening of Am I Racist the other night. And I won't give away any spoilers or anything, but he goes to Race to Dinner, which is something that I'm sure you guys have heard of. It's two women who come and
Rich white women pay for it.
Shame white women. Yeah. You cook a black woman and a brown woman dinner, and they tell you how racist you are. And one of these women, I don't remember her name, so I'm going to butcher it, so I won't say it. But she comes right out and says, and it's not the first time she says it, but she says it in the documentary, that this country is trash. There's nothing worth saving. I think that is something that is rampant on that side, and that's why they want to burn it all down. So I think that ties into this lack of respect for the military, but then of course they want to grandstand that they're the ones respecting. Wouldn't it have been nice if they all showed up, Kamala and Trump, and everyone?
You know what's funny is we have one of the people who handles bookings for our various shows sent me just like, here's a list of people that we've reached out to who are on the left. They will not do it. It's funny. Libertarians hate Trump, and they absolutely will come on the show. They often request to come on the show, and they will sit here and they will talk about why they do not like Donald Trump and everything he did wrong, and Clint Russell will argue with me over it. He has no issue whatsoever defending his worldview. He is steadfast in his beliefs. He's done the research. He knows what he's talking about, and then we disagree on what the ultimate, like what are the best moves to make, and liberals won't go anywhere near it. It's fascinating to me because that shows something. When you have these Mises Caucus type libertarians who are like, Trump is bad and here's why. And I'm like, wow, you make some really great points. However, I'll counter with these points. And they'll say, well, I can respect that, but I just can't get myself to that point because I think Trump does a bad thing. Liberals don't know anything about what's going on. You're allowed to dislike Trump. You don't have to like the guy. But their rationale for not liking him is nonsense. It's fake. So when they go on social media and they post garbled trash saying Trump is bad for these reasons, and then I say, hey, how about I fly you out, you sit down, and we have that conversation. They go, nope. Because they know they don't know what they're talking about. And if they sit down in this chair and I pull up the article, they're going to go, oops, I was wrong about that. And that's the funny thing about the libertarians is the response from I love this. Dave Smith. I say Abraham Accords. And Dave Smith says, I think those were bad. And here's why. A story I told is that there was one guy who was Trump derangement syndrome that I had met when I was in D.C. And he's like a Trump supporter. He's like, oh, name one thing he's done. And I said, Abraham Accords. And he goes, you can't even name one thing. And everyone looks. And I was like, I just said the Abraham Accords. You want me to go through a list of all the other things that he did I think are good? And the guy was like, you can't name one thing. And then he wouldn't even look at me. He turns around. His brain doesn't work. Dave Smith says the Abraham Accords put pressure on Gaza and Palestine. It cut them out of the negotiations. And then it created this moment where of course they were going to go nuclear. And then it puts it puts pressure on Iran and it bubbles up the tensions. I don't want to misrepresent his views, but he ultimately said something to the effect of this, and that the Abraham Accords were not ultimately good. And then I disagreed with him. But I have tremendous respect for anybody who wants to come on and say, I just genuinely don't agree it was a good thing, and I can give you my exact reasoning. The difference is the overlap between the Mises Caucus libertarians and MAGA is overwhelming. The overlap is overwhelming. And so now the Mises Caucus guys, I don't know, probably not Dave, but I think most of them are saying they're probably going to vote for Trump. Or at least many of the prominent ones are saying we're voting for Trump. Even RFK Jr. and his Democrat cohorts are voting for Donald Trump. It is insane to me. But it is the reality that the left is the cult. And the evidence you need is that they are unwilling to step outside the confines of their cult.
You're so correct that they're uninformed. And that's why I don't think they're evil. I think the people at the top are evil, but people are really, really uninformed, and they think they're on the right side of history, and they're doing the compassionate thing. And
but that would be, you could argue the individual is not evil, but it's still the banality of evil.
Exactly. At a certain point, we kind of have to be aware where these are critical times, and I get that it's hard, but it's very hard to realize everything that you believe is a lie. It kind of feels like you're on drugs. It's hard to just realize. It's scary to realize you've been lied to and you're wrong about everything. And I think it's easier to just believe Trump's evil and we're evil.
That being said, look, the right certainly has their people too.
Of course.
Who are weirdos. But I'll tell you a funny story. I just heard that we're planning a big DC debate show, and we're trying to book members of Congress. And apparently the people that we're working with, who work with some of the big names, that big members of Congress who are friends and fans of the show, are hearing from rank and file Republicans like, isn't Tim anti-Trump now? And they were
why?
Like, what?
Yeah.
Because like the RFK Jr. tweet or something? And I'm just, my immediate reaction was, you should tell them, if any member of Congress says to any of our people, isn't Tim anti-Trump now? When they're being asked to come on the show, the response should go, and? Why should that matter? Do you want to go on a prominent podcast and discuss why Trump is correct or why your policies are correct? Does it matter if you're going to be arguing with someone who thinks you're wrong?
Yeah.
So there are weak-willed people, but I look at it like tendencies, and the religion argument. Actually, we talked about this morning. I said a lot of atheists are arguing against stupid theists and not smart theists, and so they often say things like, "I just don't believe in fairy tales," which is an argument against stupid people, But it's not an argument against people who believe in God and are talking about, say, like the logos of the universe and the structure and nature of reality. But it's fair to say that just because someone is voting for Trump doesn't mean they know at all what they're talking about or that they're smart or correct in any way. And so, the challenge then becomes, for a lot of these Democrats, that's who their target is going to be. They're going to see 10,000 of the stupidest Trump supporters, and they're going to hyper-focus on that. The reality, though, it's a tendency. On the right, there are relatively few people compared to the left who are uninformed about why they're voting, but they exist. Mm-hmm. And you'll see the man in the street interviews where they're like, Trump's good because he's gonna bring freedom, and then they go, oh, this person's so dumb. Well, maybe that person is dumb, but at least they're accidentally in the right direction. The Democrats overwhelmingly are ignorant about what's going on and unwilling to correct it.
And those people that might be dumb, they're going to wear American flags and they're going to root for America. And they're going to root for not wars, whereas their side is not on that side at all.
They're not rooting for a common good.
Yeah, I was going to say disgusting earlier when you said what word you're going to try to think of, because my experience with folks on that side, when they find out I'm veteran, they are very vitriol.
Yeah.
That's my word I was going to use.
My brother told me a story one time. He was in the Marine Corps and he was in uniform. I think he was on leave traveling through the Atlanta airport, and some woman came and like threw a drink on him. Yeah. Which I was just like, why? Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't. He was like, I don't know. I just kept walking. But it is interesting, and that was that was over a decade ago at this point. I was going to ask you, as you have come,
I'm going to kill some noobs
out more publicly with being, and that's why they.
I'm thinking, really, guys, I know I've been spending a lot of time on these 4 pages, but you have to understand that I think these are the most important 4 pages I'm ever going to write. Okay? I know it is. You don't get a dream about a 10-headed demon and then another dream knowing that it's your mission to communicate the power of words. Okay? So it's just like this is really important. Now, yeah, this discussion was triggered by something that happened in some of my meetings I've had over the last few weeks, but it's still really important. Like, it's so fucking important, guys. I'm gonna kill some noobs while I think. Susan, if I knew where my toothbrush was at all times, I wouldn't have all these fucking cavities. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make a phone call. kill some fucking noobs. I gotta fix this here, so I'll just leave that highlighted.
We see Dumbledore visiting Voldemort through the Pensieve, researching his family history, and eventually came to understand his relationships. Shortly thereafter, the stone's gone. You know who. Call him Voldemort, Harry. Always use the proper name for things. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself.
minerals. We require more minerals.
At the ready.
It's go time. Gangway coming through. Come on it! Kaboom, baby! Gangway coming through. Time's a wasting. Say what? Come on ahead. Fraggle. It's a blast. Go on. Listen. Oh, it's on. It's go time. Go, go, go. At the ready. This better be good.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Research complete. Research complete.
Go on. Say. Just say when. Let's have a sure thing. Fraggle. Say I'm all about that. To be black. Of course. This better be good. Affirmative.
Not enough minerals.
At the ready.
Not enough.
Gangway coming through.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
This better be good.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
What's on your mind?
You want a piece of me, boy? This better. You gonna give me who I've been waiting on you.
I'm waiting.
Gangway coming.
Not enough minerals.
Can't wait. Who wants some? Gonna give me.
What's
Not enough minerals.
Go, go, go. I can't build here.
Go on.
You gonna give me orders? Can't wait. I can't build here. Bring it. Sure thing. On by the numbers, boys. Who wants?
At the ready.
You gonna give me orders? Come on and say. Oh, it's on. It's go time.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
I can't build here. On by the numbers, boys. Keep your shirt on.
Not enough minerals. enough minerals.
What's the plan?
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
What's the plan?
You've been waiting this bit. Who was? By the numbers, boys. Hit it! Armed and ready. I can't build here. Bring right then. Out.
What's the plan? What's on your mind? Go on.
Go, go, go! Who wants some?
What's the
Not
plan?
enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Go, go, go!
Engineering at your disposal.
Upgrade complete.
I'm waiting.
Awaiting vessel.
What's on your mind?
Online immediate. Ready for service. State your request.
At the ready. What's on your mind?
Ready for dust.
Not enough minerals. Not enough.
Ready for dust off.
Don't leave me.
Command.
Now what?
Research complete.
Ready.
If you taking it.
Awaiting orders.
Research complete.
I'm
Going
waiting.
in. Ready for dust off.
Not enough minerals.
Oh, hell. Ready for dust off.
What's the plan?
Not enough minerals.
Armed and ready. Go on. Time's away. Don't leave me hanging. Blast your safe. Let's have got a whole lot of time to waste. Show the word.
Engine.
Not
What's on your mind?
Order.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Right. Layman online.
Going in. Let's go. Rescue. Oh, hell. Confirmed. This should be.
Awaiting orders. Under survey. Order accepted. Ready for service. State your request.
Not enough energy. Not enough energy.
Engine screaming.
enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Engine screaming.
I'm waiting.
Research complete.
At the ready.
Research complete.
At the ready.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Rolling thunder. Engine screaming.
One piece of me, boy.
Not enough minerals.
At the ready.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Engine screaming.
What's on your mind? Go on. I'm waiting.
Engine screaming.
Not enough minerals.
Go on.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Ready to plunder.
Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Ready to plunder.
Receiving.
I'm waiting.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Ready to plunder.
What's the plan?
that a pre-made? Oh my god, it was a fucking pre-made. That's hilarious. Oh, they got their shit pushed in.
want to burn it all down. So I think that ties into this lack of respect for the military. You are. And one of these women, I don't remember her name, so I'm going to butcher it, so I won't say it. But she comes right out and says, and it's not the first time she says it, but she says it in the documentary, that this country is trash. There's nothing worth saving. I think that is something that is rampant on that side, and that's why they want to burn it all down. So I think that ties into this lack of respect for the military, but then of course they want to grandstand that they're the ones respecting. Wouldn't it have been nice if they all showed up, Kamala and Trump, and everyone?
You know what's funny is we have one of the people who handles bookings for our various shows sent me just like, here's a list of people that we've reached out to who are on the left. They will not do it. It's funny. Libertarians hate Trump, and they absolutely will come on the show. They often request to come on the show, and they will sit here and they will talk about why they do not like Donald Trump and everything he did wrong, and Clint Russell will argue with me over it. He has no issue whatsoever defending his worldview. He is steadfast in his beliefs. He's done the research. He knows what he's talking about, and then we disagree on what the ultimate, like what are the best moves to make. And liberals won't go anywhere near it. It's fascinating to me because that shows something. When you have these Mises Caucus type libertarians who are like, Trump is bad and here's why. And I'm like, wow, you make some really great points. However, I'll counter with these points. And they'll say, well, I can respect that, but I just can't get myself to that point because I think Trump does bad thing. Liberals don't know anything about what's going on. You're allowed to dislike Trump. You don't have to like the guy. But their rationale for not liking him is nonsense. It's fake. So when they go on social media and they post garbled trash saying Trump is bad for these reasons, and then I say, hey, how about I fly you out, you sit down, and we have that conversation. They go, nope. Because they know they don't know what they're talking about. And if they sit down in this chair and I pull up the article, they're going to go, oops, I was wrong about that. And that's the funny thing about the libertarians is the response from I love this. Dave Smith. I say Abraham Accords. And Dave Smith says, I think those were bad, and here's why. I was a story I told is that there was one guy who was Trump derangement syndrome that I had met when I was in D.C., and he's like a Trump supporter. He's like, oh, name one thing he's done. And I said, Abraham Accords. And he goes, you can't even name one thing. And everyone looks, and I was like, I just said the Abraham Accords. You want me to go through a list of all the other things that he did I think are good? And the guy was like, you can't name one thing. And then he wouldn't even look at me, turns around. His brain doesn't work. Dave Smith says the Abraham Accords put pressure on Gaza and Palestine. It cut them out of the negotiations. And then it created this moment where, of course, they were going to go nuclear. And then it puts it puts pressure on Iran, and it bubbles up the tensions. I don't want to misrepresent his views, but he ultimately said something to the effect of this, and that the Abraham Accords were not ultimately good. And then I disagreed with him. But I have tremendous respect for anybody who wants to come on and say, I just genuinely don't agree it was a good thing, and I can give you my exact reasoning. The difference is the overlap between the Mises Caucus libertarians and MAGA is overwhelming. The overlap is overwhelming. And so now the Mises Caucus guys, I don't know, probably not Dave, but I think most of them are saying they're probably going to vote for Trump. Or at least many of the prominent ones are saying we're voting for Trump. Even RFK Jr. and his Democrat cohorts are voting for Donald Trump. It is insane to me. But it is the reality that the left is the cult. And the evidence you need is that they are unwilling to step outside the confines of their cult.
You're so correct that they're uninformed. And that's why I don't think they're evil. I think the people at the top are evil, but people are really, really uninformed, and they think they're on the right side of history, and they're doing the compassionate thing. And
but that would be, you could argue the individual is not evil, but it's still the banality of evil.
Exactly. At a certain point, we kind of have to be aware where these are critical times, and I get that it's hard, but it's very hard to realize everything that you believe is a lie. It kind of feels like you're on drugs. It's hard to just realize. It's scary to realize you've been lied to and you're wrong about everything. And I think it's easier to just believe Trump's evil and we're evil.
That being said, look, the right certainly has their people too.
Of course.
Who are weirdos. But I'll tell you a funny story. I just heard that we're planning a big DC debate show, and we're trying to book members of Congress. And apparently the people that we're working with, who work with some of the big names, that big members of Congress who are friends and fans of the show, are hearing from rank and file Republicans like, isn't Tim anti-Trump now? And they're all,
why?
Like, what?
Yeah.
Because like the RFK Jr. tweet or something? And I'm just, my immediate reaction was, you should tell them If any member of Congress says to any of our people, isn't Tim anti-Trump now? When they're being asked to come on the show, the response should go, and? Why should that matter? Do you want to go on a prominent podcast and discuss why Trump is correct or why your policies are correct? Does it matter if you're going to be arguing with someone who thinks you're wrong?
Yeah.
So there are weak-willed people, but I look at it like tendencies, and the religion argument. Actually, we talked about this morning. I said a lot of atheists are arguing against stupid theists and not smart theists. And so they often say things like, I just don't believe in fairy tales, which is an argument against stupid people, but it's not an argument against people who believe in God and are talking about, say, like the logos of the universe and the structure and nature of reality. But it's fair to say that just because someone is voting for Trump doesn't mean they know at all what they're talking about or that they're smart or correct in any way. And so, the challenge then becomes, for a lot of these Democrats, that's who their target is going to be. They're going to see 10,000 of the stupidest Trump supporters, and they're going to hyper-focus on that. The reality, though, it's a tendency. On the right, there are relatively few people compared to the left who are uninformed about why they're voting, but they exist. Mm-hmm. And you'll see the man in the street interviews where they're like, Trump's good because he's gonna bring freedom, and then they go, oh, this person's so dumb. Well, maybe that person is dumb, but at least they're accidentally in the right direction. The Democrats overwhelmingly are ignorant about what's going on and unwilling to correct it.
And those people that might be dumb, they're going to wear American flags and they're going to root for America. And they're going to root for not wars, whereas their side is not on that side at all.
They're not rooting for a common good.
Yeah, I was going to say disgusting earlier when you said what word you're going to try to think of, because my experience with folks on that side, when they find out I'm veteran, they are very vitriol.
Yeah.
That's my word I was going to use.
My brother told me a story one time. He was in the Marine Corps, and he was in uniform. I think he was on leave, traveling through the Atlanta airport, and some woman came and threw a drink on him. Yeah. Which I was just like, why?
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? It doesn't. He was like, I don't know. I just kept walking. But it is interesting, and that was that was over a decade ago at this point. I was going to ask you, as you have come out more publicly with being conservative, or with the shift in your political views, do you get people from your life, from your past as more of a Democrat, who will sort of whisper to the side yeah, I kind of think that makes sense, or have some kind of wanting to talk about the other side, or for the most part do your friends kind of ignore the political transition?
Oh no, I have no friends. No.
You always had no friends?
You lost them since you moved over?
No, yeah, I've lost everyone. Yeah, no, I mean, there's actually a strong conservative patriot movement in LA. I feel like when you're behind the belly of the beast, you kind of get more close-knit. But no, I have never heard anyone say, you know what, you might be right. Maybe they say it to themselves at night as they comment about me viciously. I don't know.
I don't know either. 'Cause I grew up, I feel like we had kind of opposite experiences, because I grew up in Connecticut, which was always blue. And so all of my friends growing up were default Democrats, and a lot of them still are. And so I felt like I was always the odd person by being conservative or libertarian leaning. I think they must have gotten used to me. So I feel like the conversations are more peaceful because I was just always like this. But
are they still able to be your friend though? Because I feel like now everything is so intense.
It depends. I have some that are, and we either don't talk about it, or they're like, I don't know, things are very weird, or they're helpful because I don't always know what the perspective is, and they're open to talking with me. Well, this is why I feel this way about this issue. But I do have there's one in particular, childhood friend who got super radical, and I remember last year. I was visiting her, and she held it in for a long time and then burst out you say so much stuff I agree with, and I don't understand how you can be a Republican. And I was like, well,
you say so much stuff.
And then we got into this crazy conversation about trans stuff, where she told me that top surgery wasn't a double mastectomy. And I was like, I don't think you know what top surgery is. What do you think?
Is there another?
She says it's something else. I was like, they cut off the shoulders?
Top hat? You take the top hat off?
It was a difficult conversation because it's so emotional on one side. You're like, well, let me present you with some facts, and they're like, I don't want to hear it. You've upset me, and I can't talk about that.
And that's the challenge with we're talking about the IVF, where Trump is saying he's for it. You can try and show it to your family members, but the reality is a lot of them are going to go, he's lying, I don't care.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's my this weekend. That'll be this weekend. Labor Day.
It's going to be fun. Labor Day weekend with the family. It's not Thanksgiving, but it's close.
Because it is hard to accept that you're wrong. It's so hard. I think that's part of why COVID was the way it was, because it's scarier to think people in big positions of power are lying to us than it is to be afraid of a virus almost. There's scary stuff going on, and if you have blinders on and you're ignorant, I feel like don't you think that feels good, kind of?
Yeah,
I think
people want to put their head in the sand.
Yeah.
I don't think it is hard to be wrong for the majority of the people on the right.
Right, I have zero issue with that. Yeah.
Jordan Peterson's a great example. I absolutely love this about him when he did that interview with that trashy comedian, and he said, should businesses be required to adhere to like someone's pronouns or whatever? And he's like, no, they shouldn't have to do that. A business should be allowed to kick anybody out if they want to and not service them. And then he says, what about if they're black? What about black people? And then Jordan Peterson goes, well, maybe I was wrong about that. Just like that. He was like, oh yeah. Yeah, good point. Maybe I was wrong. It was that easy for him to be like, I hadn't considered that.
Yeah.
But it's these TDS sufferers who will not, they will not accept that you're showing them the proof. Like, shout out to CKY, the band, and Jess Margera. So I've listened to CKY since I was a kid, right? You know, the Bam Margera MTV era. And he's always posting this anti-Trump stuff, and I'm always responding to him because I'm a big fan of their band. They're legend. They're epic. And so I told him, I was like, dude, CKY is too good for you to be posting this nonsense. Like, I am going to tweet at you, invite him on the show. But anyway, he in one of the conversations, he responds to someone else. Someone responds saying, you know, these Trump supporters will defend him no matter what. You can bring up that he's flying around on Epstein's plane and they won't accept it. They'll claim it's fake news. And then I said something like, interesting, come on the show. Let's talk about it. And then he posts a link to the story from Newsweek saying, you know, Donald Trump is flying on a refurbished Jeff Epstein plane. And he goes, is this true? And I said, yes, it's real. Now come on the show. Like, I don't know what you think I'm going to say. Like, there's a news story that says Trump is doing it. Okay, let's have the conversation. Mm-hmm. It is the other side that will tell you, no, Trump's lying. It's fake.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at how so many of us didn't take the medical therapy that Trump continues to push. We are not a cult. We do not do. Yes, exactly. We do not do everything he says. We're not a cult.
It's not just that. The greatest evidence against the cult, a good example, as you mentioned, the vaccines, his own audience at rallies boo him over this, that is big evidence. Yes. But it's the primary. It's Vivek, Nikki, and Ron DeSantis, and it was a brutal primary where the right was in disarray over who the nominee should be. And then afterwards, I'll give a shout out to Defiant L's. That's a really great Instagram and Twitter account, but they got one bad one. They get some bad ones. And it was a guy who tweeted, screw you, MAGA people. I will never vote for Trump. I don't care, blah, blah, blah. You guys have, you know, it's your fault. And then 2 days later, he says, I have no choice. I'm going to be voting for Donald Trump. And they called that an L. And I'm like, that's a win.
Yeah.
That is a man recognizing he's between a rock and a hard place, and he's making a difficult decision, which is what strong-willed people must do. And he later responded to it saying, I do not like Trump, but I recognize a threat to this country, and I'm willing to overcome my own emotions and anger to support the man that I think will do a better job, even though I'm not a fan of his. That's a win.
Absolutely.
That's a win right there.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of tertiary, but I sometimes get like, why did it take you so long? I think we welcome everyone until the day God says it's over and we're all out of here. Like, it is not too late, and you welcome everybody because we are becoming the umbrella party, and that is a wonderful thing, I think. Yeah.
And this is why I was very irked by the insulting of Joe Rogan. Even Trump on Truth Social saying he's going to get booed or whatever. And it's funny because, you know, I'll give a shout out to whoever. We had 2 members email, 2, saying like, you know, how dare you insult these people, whatever. I'm not going to be a member anymore. And I was just like, okay, whatever, dude. Like, thank you for your support up until this point. But, dude, I'm not going to sit here and entertain Trump supporters attacking moderates. Like, we're trying to win, man. We're supposed to be the ones saying, like, come over here and have a beer with us.
Yeah.
While the Democrats are screeching, fall in line or else.
Yeah, that has been disappointing. And there's been a few people I've seen who are criticizing him for surrounding himself with Democrats, with Tulsi and RFK. And it's just, we're gaining more than we're losing. The very small conservative religious people who I actually agree with, the ones we're losing, they do not compare to the ones we're gaining. And so I'm for it.
RFK Jr. is tremendous. It is fascinating to see. I don't know if you guys saw Nicole Shanahan put together this video about TDS.
Her team's always working, she said.
So good.
Yeah, let me pull this one up so I can play it for you guys.
So they got like 2 million, 3 million within an hour or 3. She was
She's been
so
kind
good.
she's been kind of a sleeper hit for me.
Yeah,
'Cause,
yeah.
when they announced her, I was like, but who and what?
Yeah.
But she's been really interesting when she's interviewed.
She's coming in through in the clutch.
All right, so we're going to play this. This is a commercial, a fake commercial. This was made by Nicole Shanahan. This is RFK Jr.'s VP candidate. And she said, my team never sleeps, and they made this.
Are you or your loved ones suffering from illnesses such as TDS, also known as Trump derangement syndrome? Do you dismiss or deny the current issues facing our country, such as historic inflation, illegal immigration, corporate corruption, World War III escalations, and the chronic disease epidemic? Are you willing to elect someone who was the least popular vice president in modern history and who offers no policy or vision for America simply because your brain keeps telling you anyone but Trump? If so, you might be struggling from TDS. Introducing Independence. Independence allows you the freedom to finally think independently once again. Instead of believing everything you hear from the mainstream media, Independence allows for constructive critical thinking.
I used to hear people on the news say things like,
Donald Trump and the movement he has encouraged are a threat to democracy.
And I instantly believed it. With Independence, I now realize the media is run by the Democrat elite, who are a corrupt oligarchy that censors free speech, silences political opponents, supports forever wars, and abandons democracy by anointing its candidates.
Independence may not be for everyone. If you enjoy being lied to about your president's cognitive abilities, support Orwellian totalitarianism, or are excited about communist fiscal policy, Independence may not be right for you. Common side effects of Independence may include an awakening of rational thought, successfully identifying propaganda, freedom of choice, loss of hatred, anti-narcissistic behavior, and love of democracy.
I used to blindly hate whoever my party was running against. I didn't care about facts or policy because I was hopelessly indoctrinated. With Independence, I'm much more interested in policies that uphold democracy, and I truly care about the health of our country and its citizens.
Ask your doctor if Independence is right for you, and enjoy your freedoms once again.
I just want to point out how I love that Democrats radicalized RFK Jr.
Yeah.
Like, he was trying to run as a Democrat. He called Columbus Day Indigenous Peoples Day. He got relatively irked that I brought that up and said, "Oh, Tim, you're losing your credibility when you say that." I don't know. And he's progressive. He was for gun control. He runs as a Democrat. The Democrats cheat, keep him and Shanahan off, sue them into oblivion to block them, and basically, it wasn't a. I don't want to say the joke. It's crass, okay? But they say it's in this instance, you don't call it a red pill. You'd call it something else. But it was let's just call it a big red pill. Let's call it that.
Sorry.
Okay, I'll just tell you. They call it the red suppository.
Oh,
when you get red pilled in a short amount of time to an extreme degree.
Okay, sure.
They're basically saying the Democrats took it and just, right up. Yep.
Okay.
But for real, it's like RFK's been going at this for less than a year, right? Like his campaign, he was trying to run in a primary, and he would have won a primary, and so they colluded to keep him out, and then they try to censor him. They censored him during COVID, and he's sitting here being like, "What is going on?" Like,
and take off the ballot.
But I think Shanahan's the stronger red pilled voice. 4.4 million views on this commercial.
Who knew she was? I had no idea she was this based.
She's an independent. She's moderate, right? And so she wants to run as a Democrat, and the Democrats lie, cheat, steal, censor, support Big Pharma, do all these things. And then I think they just snapped. They were just like, this MAGA.
I think you can hear it in her
RFK tweeted what MAGA was.
I think you can hear it in her voice. Like when she did the interview right before RFK withdrew, she sounds like betrayed. Like the party that you had been, the party that she had patroned, that she had supported, it wasn't just like, oh, we don't like you, we're not going to support you. They went above and beyond to make it more difficult and to try and bring down their efforts because there are conversations I guess the Democrats don't have.
I mean, every single walkaway story has betrayal as the common theme. Whether they say it or not that's what it feels like, because you felt like you were on the right side. This is the party of compassion. We're for women. We're for minorities. It's a betrayal. It feels like a punch in the gut. And that's why, whether you call it a walkaway story or not, like that's the common thing. And it's like what Elon Musk said, that I didn't leave the party, or whatever that meme that he posted. I mean, yeah, Democrats are radicalizing people to be quote unquote right wing, whatever that means, just to be not Democrats anymore. So
maybe they're pulling an Ozymandias from Watchmen. You guys know that reference?
No.
So, spoiler alert for a graphic novel from the 80s. He simulates an alien invasion killing tens of millions of people to end the Cold War. So he intentionally, he plays the villain, but for the purpose of forcing,
So it's something good they're doing for us.
He's evil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he murders it's utilitarianism in this story. He simulates an alien invasion because the U.S. and Soviet Union are on the verge of nuclear annihilation. And so by having an alien attack the world, it forces the U.S. and Soviet Union to unite against a common enemy. And so maybe Democrats just seem so apocalyptically bad and evil. It's because they're trying to unite liberal and conservative Americans. Because like the fact that RFK Jr., a Kennedy, is now endorsing a Republican, and Trump is a moderate himself, and these former Democrats are all now coming out and supporting Trump. Maybe the end result is the factions of America that were liberal and conservative are now unified. I don't know.
So they know aliens are going to invade us in not too long. They see them coming. So like this is our plan. We got a 10-year plan to get the world together. So what we're going to do is we're going to,
At this point, aliens are not going to unite us. Aliens will not unite us at this point.
Ghost onlys are only to distract from what Hunter Biden is doing.
Yeah, I don't.
We haven't had one in a while.
I don't think aliens are coming. I'm thinking, I would not be surprised, considering how miserably Democrats have been behaving, like acting, that if someone came to me and said that leadership in the Democratic Party intentionally is sabotaging everything to force as many people into one political party as possible, I'd believe it.
Oh, and then take over that,
believe it,
and go total totalitarian.
Sure, possibly, but they're turning the Republican Party into the big tent party.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you'd do that, and I'm like, is it an accident? Probably, I guess. I mean, the simple solution is that they're just really dumb.
It's a very losing strategy.
Maybe, but the thing ultimately comes down to procedure. The election is not about the argument. The election is about procedure. And that's the frustrating thing about Trump being like, I'm going to be this for this policy or that policy. The reason why Kamala Harris sounds like a bumbling moron who spits and sputters and has no idea what she's talking about is because you know what she should do? When she does her next interview, she should just be like half glazed over, just not really paying attention. And when they're like, what's your plan for the first, 100 days? I don't have one. And they're going to go, you don't have one? No. That's not a message going to help you win votes. What do I need to win votes for? Well, you're trying to win the election, right? We're going to win the election. Okay, well, don't you need to convince people? No. We're going to knock on their door, tell them to fill out their mail-in ballot, and we're going to win. So I could literally stand here right now and tell you I don't care about the American people. Don't matter. We're going to knock on their door. They're not going to hear any of this interview. No one's going to care. And then they're going to vote for me.
That is actually truer than it should be.
Yep.
But they have to keep up appearances.
Yeah,
they doesn't seem like they're trying, but they try, I guess.
I would love to do that at some point. I mean, maybe if my life took a different arc, eventually just climb my way up into a political party, run for office, and then just totally go nuts. And then just be like, yeah, we're basically here to steal power. The goal of my campaign is so that I can get insider information and control policy that will allow my friends in Congress and the Senate to stock trade beneficially for their families. And then we're all going to get property on Martha's Vineyard, and we're going to enjoy, I don't know, like a $200 bottle of champagne. And the middle class can screw off for all I care.
It's so sad, though, because you are actually more right than ever that nobody voted for this person. And here we are. Like, that is crazy. That is crazy that not a single American voted for this person.
For Harris.
No. Implementation, yeah.
Yeah.
They implemented
it. So it is true that no matter what she does, no matter what she says, no matter what her policies are, that's their girl.
Ballot
That's
harvest.
Nuts.
If Trump can't win on procedure, which is the only thing that matters, he can't win. And then the best thing is, so you do an interview, and this would be a great mock interview, right? Just like to make a point. The interviewer says, okay, well, I mean, what if this interview does actually end up going viral and people end up hating you and despising you over it? My response is, oh, I mean, it doesn't matter. The governors and the judges in these swing states are going to shift things in our favor no matter what happens. No matter what any Republican does, if they file a lawsuit challenging the results, our ballot harvesters are going to mass produce and sometimes rerun the ballots twice. And then if you file a lawsuit, the Democrat judge who's on our side and wants me to win will just tell you to screw off and you can't do anything about it. And then we'll just arrest anybody who tries to stop us. Next question.
Did you hear about Pennsylvania? That they're counting, they ruled that they're counting ballots that are not dated or dated incorrectly.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. So that's another loss.
And that's, well, there's one reason to do that.
What? Besides cheating?
So no. There's only one reason.
What is
There's only one reason to count ballots. that have incorrect dates. And it is that if the total comes in against you and you've lost, you can then bring in ballots afterwards with no dates.
Yeah.
And then there you go. Count those.
In the CNN interview, they referred to Pennsylvania as a must-win state for Kamala Harris.
Is.
I mean, if whatever happens procedurally in Pennsylvania is really important because, Trump has a path to victory through the other states. She needs Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yep. Nate Silver said that if she does not win Pennsylvania, her chance of winning is 4%.
And my insight as a Pennsylvanian is it's 50-50 still. Nothing's really changed. If you're voting for Dem, you're voting for Dem. If you're voting for R, you're voting for R. No one I know has changed. Maybe my dad might, because he watched IRL now a little bit since I'm here, so a little convincing. So we might got two extras.
Oh, we
That's
gotta
a really
convince
good
your dad.
idea. All we have to do is bring on people whose families are Democrats onto the show.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's going to work.
My little.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, my parents are Democrats. Then you come on the show, and now your parents watch the show.
Right,
They
now,
wanna see you.
and they understand the truth. They're like, wait a second, that's not what's going on in real life. So, yeah.
Well, listen, I've got some Democrat siblings, so maybe we're
All right.
we're gonna get twofer here.
You're in California, so
So it
we're
doesn't
not.
matter.
We need Pennsylvania specific
Fair enough.
people.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. We're not using the show to lobby.
You said at the beginning of the show that you were an atheist, but you're not an atheist now?
No.
What happened there? How did you move from being an atheist to not atheist?
It's weird. My political shift came first. It was just listening to conservative voices, honestly. A lot of actually Ben Shapiro and Dennis Prager, who are not Christians. And I was.
But you are Christian now.
I am Christian, yeah. I was unhappy in my life before COVID, and I was feeling very purposeless and unfulfilled. So there was that emptiness before COVID, and I feel like COVID highlighted the cracks that were already there. The response to COVID, I'm sorry, I should be clear. I don't like when people do that. The response to COVID highlighted the cracks that were already there. And I just kind of started listening to these different voices, and I realized, oh, there's actually a different way to live. There's a better way to live. There's a way to live with more wisdom. And I became a Christian because I was listening to so many conservative people, and it was very hard to go back to church because they were all closed in LA. A lot of them were. There was one that I know of that fought and stayed open.
Interesting
so that was
how that happened when people were starting to reevaluate their lives.
Yeah.
Churches were closed.
That was a big
But
mistake.
When you started hearing from, Prager and Shapiro, they're Jewish.
Yeah.
Were they making arguments for God that was convincing and compelling to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That for God and really just for I think a different way to live, because I knew the way that I was living was not correct. And so because I couldn't go to church, I just started. I was raised Catholic, I should say that, but I had left for a very long time. So I just started opening my Bible. It was just being around this culture, not that, oh, this is what I have to do, but just these people seem happier. They seem more joyful, to use the word of the hour, and they seem more fulfilled in their lives. I want what they are having, and that is God. So why are you laughing at me?
No, that's a good feeling. It's good. It's nice to
yeah.
have a warm heart. I
Yeah.
agree.
And that's why we do have to be Christians. We already know this, but Christians need to be in politics, because sometimes, like me, I was not a Christian first, and then I was like, well, obviously I'm going to vote Republican. I was conservative first, a Republican, or I started leaning this way, and then I became Christian. So sometimes the switch is reversed, and so we shouldn't discount being in the culture war and being in politics, because I think that the way policies happen, it brings people to God. It wins souls for Christ. I mean, it did with me,
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not a Christian, but I think with wisdom and actually trying to listen and understand and understand the reality comes a better understanding of God.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's weird that there's a lot of people that tweet that I'm an atheist. And it's like the weirdest thing, because I'm like a fervent pro-God, but just not into any organized religion.
I mean, they tweet everything about you. So
yeah, whatever. I guess, yeah.
No, if you listen,
But like
it's clear
conservatives,
you're not atheist.
Conservatives calling me an atheist is the weirdest thing.
It's
Like,
those purity people.
It may be because
People want to whine.
but it's because I don't follow Christianity, and so they view that as atheism. I guess I don't know.
I'm a really bad Christian. I'm bad. So maybe I'm more like you. I don't know what I believe, but
Do you go to church?
I do, but not as frequently as I should. Honestly, the churches being closed in LA really did a number on me. I can't really stomach that. All the Catholic churches were closed. I have a problem with that. Pardon me, but
I love church. I grew up going to Catholic Mass, and I have fond memories of everyone's there. They were singing. On Sunday, they would have a potluck afterwards. They were very fun family things. I'm just not a Christian. I don't feel it would be right for me to go and attend something as a community thing. But this is why when we're doing the coffee shop stuff, I want to get these locations, as many as we can, all over the country, to create a place for people to congregate. You know, there's a lot of people who don't go to church, a lot of people who aren't Christian necessarily. I think Christians probably would appreciate non-Christians coming to church.
Absolutely.
It's a step towards conversion.
Yeah.
But I think a halfway point would be we want to do this thing called Saturday morning cartoons.
Mhm.
Open the cafe, bring your family, bring your kids, 6 a.m., 7 a.m. or whatever, and there's going to be catering, sandwich, like pancake, sausage, eggs, and the kids can play and watch wholesome content, but then the parents get to meet each other.
Yeah.
We need that in our communities. That's why I think we talked about this a long time ago too. Whether or not you believe in God, church, I believe, is a necessary function for a functioning society. It brings the community together.
Mhm.
They're talking to each other, they're sharing ideas, they're sharing concerns, and that creates a unified local culture.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, like, we're all bad Christians. I mean, that's the whole idea behind being a Christian. So absolutely come to church, even if you're not a believer, I would say.
I think people crave purpose and structure.
Yeah.
And you'll hear, there's a whole line of books now. You can look for books that are like, how do I find what to do with my life or discern whatever? And, maybe if you're discerning a career, that makes sense. But I think for a lot of people, what they're actually missing is a moral structure through which to navigate the world. And I think when I understand why so many people are disenfranchised with religion. I understand, there are definitely churches that have hurt people and create a bad rap. But I think alternatively, having nothing is worse because you are so lost without something to guide you.
Oh, yeah.
Let's jump to this from the AP. This is one of the biggest stories of the day. We saved it for the last. From the AP News, top Brazilian judge orders suspension of X platform in Brazil amid feud with Musk. Additionally, Brazil institutes a $9,000 per day fine for anyone who uses a VPN to access X. This is absolutely insane. The government of Brazil has gone crackpot totalitarian in an effort to stop people from being able to see information outside of their control. He has banned a social network and is threatening to fine $9,000 a day is basically the average salary of a Brazilian. Actually, and we'll check too. I'll check the GDP of Brazil right now. But this is absolutely crazy. And my concern is these types of moves, they're coming everywhere. France arresting Pavel Durov. We're going to see a lot more of this. Elon Musk, if he travels outside of the United States, they might arrest him.
They will arrest him 100%. There's no doubt. He goes to anywhere. If anyone has any extradition with Brazil, I see it coming. The world's getting crazy. It's going hardcore left. There's going to be zero freedoms. So that's why we got to get Trump. And that's why we have to have a big tent.
It's about $9,000 to $10,000 per person per year in Brazil. That's wild. They're basically saying a year's salary for every day that you try to use X.
They want to keep the people in the dark.
What's Elon Musk's next move here? I mean, where does he go from this sort of challenge from Brazil?
Man, I don't know. Rumble's already out too. So I'll pull this up. Chris Pavlovsky said, Brazil no longer has Rumble, and from media reports, they will no longer have X. World powers don't want Rumble. They don't want X. They don't want Telegram. They want to control information, and our companies do not allow them to. There are no other large companies fighting for the freedoms like we are. We put everything on the line for it. One CEO is in jail. Advertisers boycott our companies to try and cut our economic lifeline. But they underestimate our support among the people. The people keep us alive and keep us going. If you want to help us, join X Premium, join Rumble Premium. If it gets big enough, you'll help us change the game. Yeah, this is absolutely crazy.
That's a great tweet. I didn't see that. Makes so much sense. That's exactly what's going on. And and nobody's seen it.
I think why does this matter? Brazil banning X. If Trump does not win, this is coming here. You're going to get arrested for posting a meme of a dog, eating a cheeseburger or something.
We've already had that guy arrested real quick for saying to vote for Trump or the Kamal.
Oh,
Hillary.
right. Was it Douglas Mackey? Was that his name?
Douglas Mackey. I think so.
He made the meme text to vote or whatever.
Yeah.
And there was a Democrat who did a similar thing, but they said because his included a number, it made his illegal and hers wasn't.
What other social media platforms does Brazil allow right now? I'm not super familiar with their tech, but they must do something to comply that X is not willing to do. I mean,
moderate. censor and ban.
Right. But I mean, China has basically scared every other platform away. They're able to only have basically sanctioned social media platforms by deterring everyone else, by making it difficult for them to operate there. I mean, it seems to be working there. Is this where Brazil is drawing their inspiration from?
No one knows.
I have zero. has an answer.
Somebody bring me a Brazilian expert right
I was
now.
looking up the stats for what's being used in Brazil, but yeah, they.
Like, can you go on Facebook in Brazil?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
They had X until today.
Yeah.
What is the reason Brazil gave? What, misinformation?
Yeah, they want them to censor people. Right. So Chris Pavlovsky has this tweet from December saying, recently the Brazilian courts demanded we remove certain creators from Rumble. As part of our mission to restore a free and open internet, we have committed not to move the goalposts on our content policies. Users with unpopular views are free to access our platform on the same terms as our millions of other users. Accordingly, we have decided to disable access to Rumble for users in Brazil while we challenge the legality of Brazil court's demands. And they're going to say they're disappointed. I mean, I'll pull this up because I think it was, they say Justice Alexandre de Moraes warned Musk on Wednesday night that X could be blocked in Brazil if he failed to comply with his order to name a representative and establish a 24-hour deadline. The company hasn't had a representative in the country since earlier this month. Elon Musk showed total disrespect for Brazilian sovereignty and in particular the judiciary, setting himself up as a true supranational entity and immune to the laws of each country. So what they started doing too, this is crazy. They issued a fine, and when X ignored it, they seized the money from Starlink, an entirely different company, just because Elon is involved or whatever, CEO. Yeah, coming to a country near you, I guess.
This is the future, and it's sad.
Not even a guarantee if Trump wins, this stops.
100%. 100%. It's where we're going. Everything's becoming more, you can talk this, you can say that. Even the right, people on the right are becoming more authoritarianism, and be honest.
Becoming more authoritarian?
Yeah.
In what way?
And you can't, like they don't like to say this, let's just say transgender or abortion. They don't want it at all. They want this, they want zero.
Oh,
that.
right.
They want,
No, yeah.
That
Zero tolerance. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny, going back to the abortion thing, how some of the biggest victories in the history of, or I should say in our lifetimes or in the past 3 generations, and they're demanding more or else and willing to allow, or at least threatening to let Kamala win unless they don't get what they want.
Yes.
Yeah, but they still let you speak about it. Obviously, they're not in charge. I mean, the right has
so far,
no
because
power
we
at all.
don't own it. Because we don't own the power.
I still feel like we go.
I mean, I agree with you.
Because we want to argue against these bad ideas. That's the best way. I don't know, but
agree.
Yeah, I could be.
If I was in charge, I would let everyone talk. So
exactly. Yeah, this is nuts. I'm so grateful for X. It's like the only place where I feel free at all, and the only place I've ever been able to make any kind of money at all. Everyone, calls me a grifter, but it's the only way I've been able to grift is on X.
I got my
well done.
Yeah,
well done.
Thank you.
I tweeted earlier, if you have 3 kids, then you should be exempt from all taxes. I tweeted this at 7:29, so we're getting ready for this show. I just thought of it. And we were talking about the child tax credit, and I was like, if you're above replacement, 3 kids, tax-free. Because I think there are some countries that actually do this. We're talking about child tax credit. No. You like, if people aren't having kids, there's no country. But it's got...
I think Hungary has a policy like that.
Right. It's got 1,700 responses and 1,000 retweets, which means it's going to make money. That's how it works. You get money based on engagement. And then people will accuse me of posting things like this because they're like, he's engagement farming for money or whatever. Certainly I'm not. Because I got a notification that X paid me. Let me pull it up and see what the number is.
That's actually a good policy, too.
So I got paid today $4,205.86 for the August 16th to the 30th. So for the month of August in total, I've got $9,832.92. Is that right? $34.92. Yeah, I was off. I'm sitting there thinking, like, if I actually tweeted 5 times per day.
If you're grifting, you mean? If you're actually grifting?
Right. I mean, I don't know if I would say even grifting is the right word. If I literally just said, X is going to be my platform where I post things, and I'm going to post I'm going to post for the purpose of having a conversation. Grifting, I think, is different. Grifting is like intentionally being antagonistic to make people respond to you, whereas I think genuinely making a post for positive interaction that, But if I were to actually focus on the platform, I could probably make, really good money considering what I already get right now.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, that's fantastic that X has developed that. And there's a real opportunity for people to figure out how to be creators on that platform.
Yes.
So one of the biggest threats that X brings is people can actually make money by doing news and actually breaking the media narrative.
Yeah.
You can become an independent. YouTube is a bit more difficult. It's a bit more censorious, but not the worst. Facebook is really bad. TikTok is the worst. But X will allow you to make porn. I mean, that's too far. Too far. Go back. I'm not a fan of that. Or at least put parental restrictions on it. But it's a great platform with a great opportunity, and Elon Musk actually is supporting free speech to a great degree, not absolutely. So naturally, shut her down.
Yeah.
I made $55.
That's great.
I'll take it. It's a gas.
Yeah, for posting.
And you know what I've said? I've said to everybody, because there have been people who take clips from IRL, and then I've had people ask me, like, do you mind that we post a clip from the show? And I said, no, go ahead and do it. And when you make money, keep it.
Yeah.
So everyone listening, post clips from the show. And then when that generates comments and controversy.
Do that every day.
Word up. When, like, for me, I'm like, if people start posting clips of Timcast IRL on X and they generate views and then make money off those clips, that's me getting free advertising that I would not otherwise get. And I'm not going to make money off that clip on someone else's page anyway. So go ahead and clip the show and post it on X. Post clips.
Do it, people.
Now, don't steal the whole show. That's an entirely different story. We've had a few people, like, screen grab the show and rebroadcast, and I'm like, nah, that's a dick move. That's a dick move.
Also, out of context clips are very fun.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I love that.
I mean, that you don't need my permission for. If you want to do fair use mashups where you make us say silly things, by all means. I'm just saying, if there's a part of the show that you think is important, actually, to be honest, you don't even need permission to clip the show. It's fair use. The members only show is different. There's some dirty people out there.
What did they? People sharing it?
Like lefties who go in there and then they'll purposefully record the show and then start sharing clips from it. And it's like, well, now you're infringing on our market because the member show, you got to be a member to watch.
Right. Nobody shares the member show, do they ever?
But
listen, I'm a big Timcast fan, and it's always praiseworthy. So.
But I mean, like, even for the members show, I have no problem with someone. Like, there's questions about copyright as it pertains to the membership that I can't say. I can say if you're watching this show right now live on YouTube, you can take clips from it and post them wherever you want. And if you make money on X from doing so, congratulations. I hope you make more. But for the members thing, I can't say that. Though in many instances, if there is something newsworthy or comment-worthy, it's fair use to a certain degree. I've seen people act in ways that's not really fair use to take our show, which is behind a paywall, and then use it to make content or whatever. They claim it's fair use, but I think it's actually probably not. It might be.
Do you prefer no one clips the members only show?
No, I'm not saying that.
I think that's fair.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying there's circumstances where it's going to be newsworthy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we had Steve Bannon on and we're talking to him and he said something newsworthy. It's like, I can't deny that. But there are certain circumstances where it's certainly not newsworthy and leftists are pulling clips that just basically infringe on the market.
Right. Yeah.
Like I shared that Jay gentleman who was trying to be Republican and he was getting shot down by his local people. He was trying to run for office, but the local people, Republicans, were not letting him do it. And it was a big one. It got the word out. It helped him out, you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
When they're important.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go.
Collins are a great department. The Collins show is one of the best parts of this show. I just be honest.
It's great.
I love the Collins.
Okay, you're making me feel bad now.
No, I'm just relaxed.
No, but I'm not saying don't.
I swear Raymond's clipped that members only show before. But
I have, 100%.
I was gonna say like.
I was talking ish.
But I'm not saying that in and of itself is the problem. I'm saying that there are certain circumstances where it's clearly just meant to bypass that we're trying to make money.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's when it's like they're trying to masquerade as fair use on things that probably don't make sense for it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, what am I going to do? I'm not going to sue anybody. So, but let's go to Super Chat. So smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Head over to timcast.com. I messed it up. Head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member, support the show. It's $10 a month. It's Friday, just before Labor Day weekend. We're so close to just getting up and disappearing. But we're going to stay here for a little bit longer. We're going to read your Super Chats. Robert G. Smith says, howdy, people. Kamala looked pretty rough last night, and it was only Thursday.
She is ready for Labor Day weekend. What can we say?
One of my favorite memes ever. I posted it on my Instagram. It is that cat that is like its eyes are half closed and its mouth is hanging open. and the camera's slowly zooming in on it, and it says, when you've already given it your all, but it's only Tuesday, and it's playing that song from what's her, I don't know, Sia, or no, not Sia, it's, I can't remember the name of the artist. But I just absolutely love that meme. And I posted it, and people were like, damn, Tim, looking rough. Are you all right? And I was like, I'm totally fine. I just love the meme. The cat looks so just destroyed.
I think there's something to be said, though, for the fact that I'm not even trying to be mean. Like, she just looks exhausted in that interview. And she has actually only been on the campaign trail. Granted, it's been pretty hectic, but for what, a month at this point?
People also forget how old she is. They pretend like she's younger. She's old. No, I mean, no offense.
But
Excuse me.
still,
She's older.
You know,
okay.
There are older politicians who
you're
derive
right.
strength from this.
Yes.
It was just, she should fire whoever set up that interview because the whole thing was not good for her. No
Maybe
matter what the
females
mainstream
shouldn't be on the campaign trail. Just kidding.
Or at least give her some better lighting. I mean, come on. There were so many minor things that I'd have to be like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
All right, here it is. This is the meme I'm talking about. Okay? I posted that, and people were like, feel better, Tim, or whatever. And I'm like, no. I was actually laughing my ass off the whole time. Look at its face. It's the look of, I'm just so done with all of this poor cat. It's the funniest
That's
thing
why
ever.
she wasn't laughing. There were no more laughs left in her, I guess.
That's what Kamala looked like. It's only Thursday.
She still has, 2 months at least to go? We're 65 days out from the end of from the election.
Yeah.
She can't look this exhausted and have only been in for a fraction of the time that even Biden was in.
All right, Blave Kaiser says my only problem with the culture war today was that it wasn't an additional 2 hours. I think the culture war this morning was my favorite show ever. We had Roman Yampol. I can't pronounce his name.
Roman's awesome.
Yeah. Well, how do you pronounce his name? I know how to spell it. I need to pull it up.
You had to translate.
Yampolsky. Should be easier. Super smart guy. He's a PhD researcher. We had Brian Sauve. Am I pronouncing that wrong? Sauve. And he's a pastor, and he's a Christian and a musician. And we were discussing simulation theory, the nature of existence, God. And Ian was saying crazy things that made the scientist look very confused, and it was hilarious. There was a point where Ian was like, if we put a computer in crystals, or it's like a circle, and the pattern is it going to change the outcome? And then the Roman just turns his head and looks at me like, help, what is he saying? And I was like, wait, let me translate.
Breathing steam and smiling. Some of the village children, teased by that locked cave, poked and pried and made raids while Mr. Underhill was away. But the small door that led into the inner chamber was spell shut, and it seemed for once to be an effective spell. Once a couple of boys, thinking the wizard was over on the west shore curing Mrs. Runa's sick donkey, brought a crowbar and a hatchet up there.
Salus Dominus. Resurrexi tertia die
He's saying, does the structure of the computer by which you put the AI in alter the AI itself in some way? And he was like, oh, you're talking about substrate. He's like, it doesn't matter what the computer is, the algorithm will operate. And I was like, yeah, there you go. Like, there you go, Ian. You didn't have to say weird, freaky things that sounded like hippy-dippy nonsense.
And Roman was like, well, thank you for the translation.
Yeah. I was like, let me try and translate Ianisms for you. It's like, to the average person, he's not making sense, but I can try and I understand his idea.
There's several years of conversation. You're like, I can say.
I know what he's trying to say.
It reminds me of when toddlers develop their own words for things and their parents know what they're talking about. Like, you know what Ian is asking for.
He said, he brought up Nassim Harriman and the Schwarzschild something proton, where it's protons are actually 2 protons of the black hole. And then once again, Roman just like looks over at me like, what is he talking about? And he didn't make that up. That's actually something I think Nassim Harriman is famous for, but people call it pseudoscience. I don't know. It was an amazing show. You can watch it on Tenet Media on YouTube. It was this morning from 10 to noon. We do those every Friday. And this was just it was a wild show. And everybody was like, go long, but we can't go long.
I was expecting like a 3-hour one. Well, you weren't talking Civil War with Andrew Wilson, Civil War. That's
because with Andrew Wilson, we had a conversation, and at the end of the show, a new debate emerged. Whereas with this one, we spent 2 hours talking about simulation, and then we sort of got to that point where I was like, we could probably go on for a long time, but it was slowing down. It was like it made it right to its end.
You peaked out.
Yeah, it hit the plateau, and I said we'll stop on a high point.
It was good though. Yeah. I enjoyed the heck out of it.
Clayway says, Tim, did you hear about the Michigan kid dragged 855 feet and left for dead on the road because he supported Trump? Real story.
What?
I tried looking it up. I couldn't find anything. So I have no idea. Stacy Strickland says, happy 10th anniversary to my wonderful husband, Mark, from age 19 to 29 and 2 beautiful babies later. The past decade has been the best years of my life so far. Happy to have many more. Wow. Congratulations. And I will stress, Stacy, for you and Mark, you are the envy of the majority of people in existence.
I love when we get super chats like that. Like
high school sweethearts with a loving family and living their best lives.
Please always super chat in with your anniversaries, the fact that you're in the hospital with your wives who are giving birth, although maybe you should focus on what's going on there. It's the best. It's so cool to hear people accomplish these things.
Positivity. There's a lot of positivity going on here, which is nice.
Big 7588 says Kamala's a disgrace to women everywhere. Ouch. First, she was old Joe's trophy coffee girl. Now she is the left's servant on a leash, needing a man to follow her around and keep her in line.
It is crazy that the girl boss, queen of feminism right now, had to bring a man to an interview, and not even her husband. Like, just this other guy she sort of picked up recently.
She just met him like a month ago.
Well, they met. No, they met when she went to tour a Planned Parenthood in his state. Weird friendship origin story, I would say, but
All right. Joe Arn? Is that what it says? Yeah, Joe Arn 1. It's always funny because RN, if the text is really small, could be an M or an R and an N. Mm-hmm. Says, congrats to RGS Jr. on his appearance. Love that. One of us. He forgot to add Google Gobble, but that's okay. Congrats, brother.
I appreciate it. I thank you so much. I appreciate all the support from everyone, too. I do. 100%.
Cilantro Industrial Complex says, Tim promised a celebrity. I told all my friends Radiohead was opening for Beyonce. So I'll add to that. That's why I said we may have a celebrity guest coming on the show randomly, and that's because there was someone who said they wanted to come hang out, but they would not confirm a booking with us. And so it was more so someone being like, oh, dude, I'd love to come check it out. Maybe I'll come on the show. And then I was like, cool. And so that's why we often don't promote, we don't announce who our guests are going to be. Now we've been doing it in the members only. And for the members only, I'll say we have booked this person tomorrow, but then sometimes they cancel and then we bring in some from DC. But
I am happy to be a disappointment.
Wait, what? You were the...
Not the celebrity.
It would have been you plus one, I think.
Yeah. The celebrity wasn't replacing it. We wouldn't have told you to get out.
No, I know. But when you said that earlier this week, I clipped it and I sent it to my mom and I was like, look, he's announcing me on the show. I was kidding. Obviously.
I like the idea that we just always tease that Beyonce is coming on the show. Wouldn't that be funny?
Like the
Beyonce is Tuesday.
Yeah. I heard that too.
After Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking would be really funny? When they were talking about how Kamala hasn't done an interview for 30 days before they announced the CNN thing, I was sitting on my couch with Allison and I was just like, You know, if I tweeted right now that we have secured an interview with Kamala Harris, the entire press would erupt and explode, and then they would report the claim without fact checking, and then they would say we've reached out to the Harris campaign for comment. They have not yet returned one, and then what happens is the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, maybe not the Journal, but the Times especially, would report it without fact checking because this is what they do. And they'll say, podcast host Tim Pool has announced that this coming week, Kamala Harris will be doing an interview, which would be weird if it was true. And then once they get a response, they would take the story down. Or they would say, Tim Pool lies, claiming interview with Kamala Harris was not true. Harris was, and it's not true. But then the smaller blogs and other garbage news outlets would not update. And I was like, it's kind of crazy. There's very few things I could tweet that would cause the media to react that way right now. I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying it's kind of crazy that you just go beep, and then this pressure on Kamala Harris just goes, it'd be nuts.
Oh, she could never, though. She could never do that. She could never do
No.
spaces. It's crazy that she physically cannot, she does not have it in her.
We have a chair for Tim Walz, though. You could bring
It's
your
true,
man.
it's right here. So on Fox, it was really funny. They said, you can't walk down, Fifth Avenue in New York without bumping into someone begging to do a CNN hit. They found the one person to run for president who doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
I think that it might have been Gutfeld who said that. I don't know, or Waters. But that was actually really funny. It's like everyone's always begging to go on TV, but Kamala Harris is hiding under the covers. Let's go.
He didn't even do that many interviews pre-announcing the campaign. I mean, even while serving as vice president, she was very aloof from the media.
Yeah. I will add, our potential celebrity guest is still coming.
When did you announce this? How long ago? Did I miss it?
I didn't say who was coming.
Okay.
You said this week we may have a celebrity guest coming who's totally apolitical, and I don't know how they would handle being on a show like this at all.
It was on the Monday morning show.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Right. And so
She's outdoing you. She's a better listener than you are.
I'm not going to say who we have coming.
Sure. I'm not asking that.
Because they're probably not going to come. And so, but they've been talking about I'm going to come. I'm in the area. I'll swing by when I can. It's Labor Day weekend. Maybe next week I'll see you. And
Nice.
it's like, okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
Nice.
But then they were like, can I come on the show? And I was like, I'm talking to my friends. I'm like, I think they're going to be able to do politics. I'm like, who cares?
Yeah.
Let's do it anyway.
Yeah.
Just another Ian or myself type.
I was like, all right.
Third chair.
I don't know if you and Ian are in the same category. Give yourself a little more credit there. I'm kidding.
Thank you.
Ian, I am a huge fan of, by the way, but he's the only person who can say stuff that ticks me off, and he's very likable. He continues to say stuff that ticks me off, but he's so dang likable. He's special.
I agree.
All right. Jacob Hawley says, does it make sense that I'm center left and voting Trump? I feel that Democrats are shifting economically to the right, but socially left, and Republicans are shifting economically left, but socially right. Does it make sense? One of my friends is socialist and vote Trump too. I agree. It used to be 15, 20 years ago, you'd say, well, I'm, fiscally conservative, but socially, liberal or whatever. And now you'd say, I'm socially conservative, but I'm kind of fiscally liberal. It's like inverted.
Yeah.
Back then it was like, hey man, look, I think free speech, gay rights, all that stuff. I had no problem. But we're spending too much money in government. We need to pull this stuff back. Now it's inverted. Now now it's like the left is communist, and we're like, I'm liberal. I'm fiscally or I'm sorry, yeah, Republicans. A lot of the people they've won over are the independents, and this is why it makes sense. When you're on the left, it's because you're in favor of certain things they've got, and as a moderate. And when you're a moderate on the right, it's because something makes more sense on that side. So it's flipped, and now people are saying we're socially conservative because the social liberalism is wokeness and weird kids' sex changes and things like that.
Yeah.
And then we're going, but we still do like the idea of some government programs.
Yeah.
We never gave that up. Conservatives don't like that stuff. All right, let's go.
Wait, so conservatives don't like welfare offices type stuff, helping out the poor?
Conservatives tend to be against government welfare programs.
Okay.
It's not an absolute. Like the libertarians are none. Conservatives are like reduce.
Okay.
Smashing Random Keys says, it sounds like you would vote Trump no matter what because he's better than Kamala. If voting for the lesser evil was the important thing, then why didn't you vote for Trump in 2016 or Romney against Obama? Basically, voters shouldn't have any values and vote red no matter who. Incorrect. I have long said I do not vote for the lesser of two evils. That's why I didn't vote for Trump in 2016. Get it? The reason why I voted for Trump in 2020 is that after a first term, he proved to me that he was actually good. And I said, wow, he didn't start any wars. I can't believe it. It's the first time in my life we've got a president who isn't going and bombing people. No, get me wrong. bombing was still happening, but that was Clinton, Bush's, and Obama's bombing that Trump inherited. And then Trump said, we're not going to start anymore. And so I'm like, wow, Trump, and then he actually, the Abraham Accords, he tried to bring peace to the Korean Peninsula. I'm like, this guy's actually doing the things that the left was hoping for in the late 90s and during like Occupy. He's doing these populist moves. He got rid of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He wants to secure our borders. That was a Bernie Sanders proposal to secure our borders. And here's Donald Trump doing these things. I'm going to vote for this guy. I view Donald Trump as a net positive, a force of good. I don't think he's perfect. That's impossible to get a perfect president. But if the only conclusion I could come to is that on a scale of 0 to 100, where 50 is you're neutral, Trump's 51. I actually think he's probably around like a 70, meaning there's a net bad that comes with any person, and that's only because we disagree. And I think some things he shouldn't have done, and some things he could do better. But I'm looking at all the past presidencies, and I'm like, Trump actually is a force for good. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying he's an angel or a God emperor come to save everybody. He's super altruistic. I'm saying that if you were to add up everything he does, we're finally in a net positive position. Romney and Obama, well, look, I'll tell you this. That to me was, it's the same thing. I'm like, well, I'm not voting for either of these guys. Two net negatives. And to be honest, maybe Romney would not have been. I don't know. That's why when it was Trump-Hillary, I just laughed. I'm not voting for any of these guys.
Yeah.
You know. And then Trump wins, and then I laugh. I'm like, I would never vote for Trump. And then by 2020, after everything that had happened, I was like, I'm voting for Donald Trump. He had proven himself. And even you know, after Obama, he's the first president I voted for. He's the peace president they claim. He's going to bring our troops back. He's going to negotiate these wars away. We were hoping for that. Then he goes and blows up kids. Like one of the first orders he took was an executive action that bombed the village, killing 23 women and children. And I was just like, okay, what was the point? One of the first things Trump did was signing off on a commando raid in Yemen, which resulted allegedly in the death of an American 8-year-old girl, Abdulrahman al-Awlaki's sister. And the difference between Donald Trump and Obama, the Obama administration bombed a civilian restaurant to kill a bunch of civilians, including a 16-year-old American. And Donald Trump ordered a commando raid in Yemen, a country we're not at war with, which is bad and I think should be investigated. However, it is only alleged. We don't really have strong evidence to know exactly what happened in that raid. People in Yemen have claimed it resulted in the death of a young girl. That's why I say it should be investigated. For Barack Obama, it's admitted they bombed a civilian restaurant with an airstrike, killing civilians, including an American. That's an admission of criminal guilt. I think all the presidents should be investigated. And I'll add this too. It's funny. Of all the things a president's been criminally charged for, documents in his boxes and random, and I just go, oh, come on, garbage. If you know why they're not going to go after Trump over the commando raids, because they have to go and arrest Obama and Bush.
But they could if they wanted to, and not do anything with anyone else because they're running the show still.
I look at the document stuff and how they don't go after Biden. But they were forced to issue a statement about Biden being inept, that he couldn't stand trial, basically. And documents are a much lighter play. If they came out and said Donald Trump's orders, this would have immediately invoked presidential immunity questions, impeachment questions, and it would have immediately brought up all the Obama stuff, because Obama killed way too many Americans.
Dude, when I wasn't paying attention to politics, all I knew was Obama. That's the only thing I knew about President Obama was Obama.
Yeah, they call him Obama.
I didn't even know that much.
Obama.
I was like, who's he bombing? I had no idea.
He was bombing kids.
Apparently.
Too many of them. I could be wrong. I know for a fact of 2 Americans he killed. I think the total was 4, though.
Jeez.
But I could be wrong. And that's too many. That's too many. And so...
Even non-American kids.
I mean, yeah, bombing still... You know what they did during the Obama administration? I despise these people.
Get it.
You're going to get me riled up. They were killing too many civilians, so they changed what counted as an enemy combatant to military-aged males. So that meant when some 19-year-old goat farmer was carrying a bucket of water to feed some farm animals and they murdered him, they could call him an enemy combatant in their stats. He was a military-aged male.
Are they doing that today still?
Probably. But you know what I can say is, forever, you know, Luke likes to bring it up that... Trump increased the drone strikes, right? And he removed transparency on them. They actually used to report how many drone strikes there were. With Trump, he increased them. Get rid of the reporting. I am totally fine with that. I'll tell you why. I think the drone strikes are wrong in the area, but Trump is trying to remove our troops. I am not an absolutist who think Trump should shut everything down, get our troops back right now, no questions, no strategy, no plan. That's insane. Look at Afghanistan. We don't want that.
Yeah.
What we want is a commitment to withdrawing our forces from these places where they don't belong, where it doesn't make sense, where their lives are at risk, where we're spending too much money. And it should be done strategically, and it should be done with haste. But strategically comes first. So when Donald Trump is pulling our troops out of these areas, he is maintaining the defense of the region with airstrikes. I am not a fan of airstrikes, but I'm much lesser of a fan of what Biden did with Afghanistan. If Donald Trump was in office and carrying out the Afghanistan withdrawal, they would not have abandoned Bagram Air Force Base. He would have evacuated all Americans' personnel and American allies in the region who had been acting as translators through Bagram instead of the civilian airport, which they could not control, made no sense. And he would have used airstrikes to keep the Taliban from moving in and advancing and securing territories. Then he would have got our troops out, keeping logistical capabilities in place for the National Security Forces of Afghanistan to keep the Taliban at bay. And he likely would have maintained airstrikes to stop the Taliban from moving in without U.S. personnel occupying or being in the country, or at least to a great degree. There may have been a small handful, like less than double digits. But what Joe Biden does is abandoned Bagram Air Force Base in the middle of the night without warning, cut air support to all Afghan security forces. This meant guys were in the middle of flying helicopters and all of a sudden their communications cut out. And they panicked, landed their helicopters, and got out and ran.
Jeez.
For real. That's how crazy it was. Then they ordered people to evacuate through a civilian airport, which they could not secure. That feels intentional. Like they wanted to just destabilize. And by allowing the Taliban to come in and seize billions of dollars of U.S. weapons, they're now being sold and traded across the region, exacerbating instability. And America, I shouldn't say America, I hate saying that. The uniparty establishment, neocon and neo-lib, and the military-industrial complex love the instability. It justifies further incursions. That would not have happened under Donald Trump. So I can tell you, Trump is doing things I don't like, but some we tolerate because they're moving us towards the end goal in the right direction. What the Democrats are doing right now is pushing us further and further deeper into these conflicts. And now Ukraine invaded Russia. I can't believe that we're at the point where Ukrainians using Western weapons, intelligence training, and volunteers has actually entered Russian territory, creating such a threat that Russia is evacuating their civilians, 130,000. This is creating a potential existential threat to Russia where they will respond in the extreme. So anyway, Obama administration, those people are scumbags. All right, Mike Jameson, maybe Trump should remind both sides that if World War III goes hot, abortion rights will be the last thing on anyone's mind.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's actually a good answer. You know, if they bring up abortion, he can just go, I got a lot of thoughts about abortion. But the problem is the biggest threat facing us right now is the escalation of war with Ukraine invading Russia, Russia's threat of nuclear retaliation. We can argue abortion after the fact. Right now, we need to stop the war.
Yeah.
We need to stop nuclear war from killing everybody.
I think Harris is effectively able to make abortion an emergency issue by ignoring the global conflicts and the escalating tensions and the potential, not just, national security issues, but also the economic consequences of a lot of these things. She is acting like abortion is the be all and end all of right now. And actually, as we have all talked about tonight, it's an issue that has been moved and shifted over time for as long as we've had a government.
And the border is another one of those issues that, like, the house is on fire, and it's like we're talking about abortion, which won't matter if we don't stop the invasion here, and then also World War III.
Right? Harris is now like, I don't trust her, and I don't know, it's impossible to say what she means by I'm going to enforce things at the border, but she is posturing as a more moderately on the issue than she ever has before. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. That means she knows it's a winning issue. We should definitely treat an international crisis the same way.
I just reshared a priest saying this on X before the show started, that the house is on fire, and he was being asked about IVF, and it's like we're arguing about these crazy things, and this is such a critical moment that abortion just doesn't matter at all.
I agree. Man, the Ukraine stuff, it's kind of wild that it's not the biggest news. Ukraine invaded the Kursk region, and it's just like this war just went crazy.
Well, Palestinian take over, the Palestinians.
Yeah. I think it's because we're too close to an election. The scary thing is there's a lot of low-scale war tactics that can be implemented right now that will go under the radar because of it.
True that. But you're right, because Palestine's not even that big of a deal anymore. It's all election, everything.
Kamala Harris gave an interview. Can you believe it? And I'm like, Israel invaded the West Bank.
Yeah.
Like, that is crazy. Israel launched a preemptive strike on Hezbollah. That's insane. And I'm watching Fox News, and they're like, well, they had to. Otherwise, Hezbollah was going to attack them, and Hezbollah's been attacking them. So they had to attack first. And I'm just like, get out of here, dude. And the invasion of the West Bank is crazy. This is going to go. This stuff's.
Is that an escalation that didn't need to happen?
In my opinion, yes. I am open to any argument that says I don't know enough about the conflict, because I don't.
Yeah.
All I know is hearing that October 7th was Gaza, Hamas, attacking Israel. I can understand the move to cut off Hamas. Now they're making the argument that the same threat is potentially in the West Bank, so they have to go in advance before the attack can happen. And I'm like, yeah, now you're beyond the confines of like rational arguments. Because with the Gaza stuff, I can just be like, dude, not my war, whatever. Now I'm going, what are you doing with the Hezbollah and with the West Bank?
Yeah.
Now it's like, dude, we should not be involved. I say that 50 million times. All right, we'll grab one more. Based African says, had a discussion with my black mom about reparations. When I suggested canceling income tax on slave descendants for some time to generate wealth for hard workers, she responded, "You're too young. That's what affirmative action was for." Affirmative action was reparations to her. Right. The argument was being made that this was effectively going to be some kind of reparations, but, the argument's going to come up every 4 years because it gets votes.
Yeah.
All right, my friends. I wonder how many of you were currently driving in your car on your way to your vacation spot or to your family's house because you're going to have a barbecue tomorrow. Labor Day weekend is here, and you were listening to the show. If you were, then have fun, and thank you for listening to the show. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Become a member at timcast.com to support our work. You can follow me on X at Timcast. Natalie, do you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, I'm on all the platforms. You can stick it to censorship on Instagram by following me because you get a little warning when you do. I'm at Natalie Jean Beisner on Instagram, and I'm at NJ Beisner on X.
I am Raymond G. Stanley Jr. I had a great time. I appreciate hanging out with the number 2 IRL fan. But yeah, I had a great time. Let's go. Also, join the Discord. It's fun. I'm going to be hanging out there tonight as I'm not going back to PA today. So come by, say hi.
It's been so fun having you both here. I like Friday shows. I feel like they have their own vibe. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. It's Scanner News. Follow their work at Timcast News. It's a really amazing team. I'm really grateful for them. If you want to follow me personally, I'm on Instagram, HannahClaire.b. You don't get a warning when you follow me because I'm very boring. And I'm on Twitter at HannahClaireB. Thanks for everything you guys do. Have a great long weekend.
We have no show on Monday because on Monday you should be hanging out with your friends and your family and eating a nice burger or a hot dog. Or maybe you're vegan and you got a portobello burger. Hey, that's okay. We're going to enjoy this Labor Day weekend. We'll be back Tuesday. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you all then.
Let's kill some fucking noobs.
Nudging you through.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Funny enough.
From the shadows.
Reporting for action.
I'm gonna go to bed.